just say thank you and sit down. That's the first time I've ever got a round of applause without speaking. So usually it doesn't really happen after either. But good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to one of my favourite events in the Queen's University calendar, the TEDxQUB event. And I am thrilled to welcome you all here to Riddel Hall today, the home of our business school, to hear from students, alumni, staff and friends of the university as we engage in this knowledge exchange around TEDxQUB. There's some housekeeping before we start, and if there is an emergency and we don't expect one, the doors, you can know where they're at, you came through them. You hear a fire alarm, everybody's asked to evacuate and gather at the front of Riddel Hall. Hopefully we'll not have to worry about that today. Now, that important information is out of the way. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all the people that are joining us on YouTube today, live. And for all the people participating, you will have a video of your TEDx talk going up on the QUB website and on YouTube that'll be there forevermore. And people over the last 7 years, because it's our 7th TEDx, have been able to dip into different talks and share them within the TEDx community. Now, today is a very special day because it's in line with our 180th anniversary theme, Hope and History, which is from The Cure of Troy, a translation by one of our most famous sons of Queen's University, Seamus Heaney, who was a student and a lecturer here at the university. But we think it sums up our journey, the hope that this institutions give to the region over the last 180 years, and some seminal events have taken place at Queen's, but also the history that the university has as well, and there's a great story in that. Now, this milestone years give us an opportunity to consider this institution's role in shaping culture, knowledge, civic society here in Northern Ireland. We recently became a civic university and attained that accreditation in the last number of weeks. And then our global impact. This institution's worth $3.35 billion to the economy in not only this region, but right across these islands. And we're incredibly proud of the fact that not only do we have 4,500 staff here at Queen's, 27,000 students, we also have 24,000 people out there that are in the university's associated networks through our spin-out companies and through Cubis, our commercial arm, who are employed as well. So there's a massive community, not to forget the 230,000 people that we have that are connected to the university through our alumni network. So we have a massive community here at the university. Now, this is a celebration event, and we have partners in the room from the Belfast community and right across the region. And those partners help us as an institution shape our civic and our economic mission. And TEDx is another strand of that. And it's a way of showcasing the breadth of activity and creativity that happens here at this university. Now, I'm standing here today because our Provost and Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Professor Richard Miles, who's an archaeologist by trade, he's a bit of an Indiana Jones, he's going to be speaking today. We also have a dear friend of the university, our former US Special Envoy here, who is known as Dr. Joe Kennedy around these parts, Congressman Joe Kennedy, who's come all the way from Boston to be here with us today. We have my colleague, Lorraine Marks from Research and Enterprise, who's just recently won a phenomenal award on behalf of the university. We have Professor Dominic Bryan, very well known member of the team here at Queen's, who is going to talk about nationalism and history. We have Richard Good, again, a very strong friend of the university, who's done a lot of work with us in the civic sphere. And most importantly, we have Orla Smith, who's an alumna of the university, but the owner of my favourite coffee shop, Cafe O, the best coffee shop in Belfast. And I hope I'm going to get free coffee beans now for Christmas as a result of that phenomenal advert on the internet and in front of all these people. But we're delighted to welcome everybody here today. But I would like to pay tribute, because this event just doesn't happen by accident, to the phenomenal business engagement team that we have here in Queen's. Joanne Mallon leads that team. She has curated TEDxQUB now for 7 years, and it's gone from strength to strength. So please show your appreciation for Joanne and the team. Now, we're delighted to have a very well-known journalist and advocate here at the university, Babita Sharma, who's here today. She's going to guide us through the events, and we're delighted to have somebody of her caliber as our MC for today's events. Most importantly, I'd ask everyone to enjoy, to soak up the knowledge, and really socialise with people during the breaks, because part of TEDxQUB is about the engagement with other people. So have a great event. I look forward to hearing all the speeches, and Babita, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Hello. Hi, it's great to be here. My name is Babita Sharma, and I'm delighted to be here with you this evening for Hope in History, Queen's University's 7th TEDx event. And it really is going to be an amazing evening, and it's great to see you all here. For those of you who don't know who I am a proud QUB alumna. I did it. I graduated with a master's in poetry. It took about 2.5 years. But I graduated in July, looking after a toddler and working full-time as well. But I loved being part of this community. It was really special. And I'm also a journalist and broadcaster. I spent 20 years working for the BBC, making many documentaries, such as Dangerous Borders, which was the story of India and Pakistan, a very personal one to me. And as a chief news presenter for BBC World News, where I've covered COVID-19, Brexit, the Olympics in Rio, London 2012, a few royal weddings, Kate, William, I was going to say Kate and Harry, but anyway, Kate, William, Harry and Meghan, and yeah, India elections, US elections. It's been a real privilege to travel the world with my job. And I am a TEDx speaker myself. I took to the TEDx East End stage in London 10 years ago, actually, to deliver a talk entitled Corner Shop and the Truth About Immigration, because I'm a proud corner shop kid. I grew up above one in Reading, near London, and I went on to write a book called The Corner Shop, which won a Business Book of the Year Award in 2021, and also became a BBC Radio 4 Book of the Week. So I'm very, very proud about that. But I am truly honoured today to be here as your host for TEDx Queen's University Belfast for the very first time. And I know what it's like to get on this stage. It can be quite nerve-wracking if you haven't done it before. But before we hear from our talented TEDx speakers, it would be great to learn just a little bit more about the global TEDx brand and about Queen's University Belfast. So please do sit back and enjoy this video for a few minutes. Thank you.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
History says, don't hope on this side of the grave. But then, once in a lifetime, the longed-for tidal wave of justice can rise up and hope that history right. For the past 180 years, Queen's has been a stable presence, a force for positive transformation, a pioneer, and a problem solver. Originally dubbed Ireland's Oxford when it opened its doors in 1845, Queen's has long been a place of public service. And where I'm standing, Queen's transformed into a military hospital during the First World War, and later played a role in the war effort in the Second World War, growing vegetables right here on the quad. Queen's has also been a place of sanctuary. During the Troubles, the Students' Union was a safe haven for young people across Northern Ireland to socialise against the backdrop of violence.
Yes, 71.12%.
And while the conflict here, thankfully, ended in peace 30 years ago, war and conflict are still rampant throughout the world, and so Queen's remains a place of sanctuary to those in need. It's also a place of tradition and inclusivity, where cultures meet and diversity is celebrated. A place of discovery, where world-leading, cutting-edge research and scientific breakthroughs change our world and redefine our understanding of what's possible. Our researchers are at the forefront of the battle against cancer, leading the way on tackling climate change and continuously expanding our universe.
A place of ambition where leaders and presidents are made and keep returning to.
Well, one of the great honors of my life was that I served as the Chancellor of Queen's University for 10 years, a position which I enjoyed every minute of. I came to recognize the high quality of the institution and the central role it plays in the life and economy of Northern Ireland.
We are proud of our heritage, of our achievements, and we're ambitious for more for the communities that we serve. At Queen's, we don't just prepare our students for the future, we empower them to shape a better world.
As Queen's marks this historic milestone, we proudly celebrate our successes while relentlessly pursuing our bold vision to drive meaningful, lasting change. We look to the future and remain focused on what the next 180 years will bring for Queen's. A place where hope and history rhyme.
And this is only the beginning.
Awe-inspiring, and I have to give a shout out to the Seamus Heaney Centre where I was studying, and if any of you have not been there, then go visit it. It's a beautiful building, just the other side of the Lanyon building here, and it's just got a very special vibe and energy to it, and of course the great history of poetry here on the island of Ireland. Now, before we get started with our first talk this evening, I would love for you all to get involved as well. As we've heard there, TEDx is very much about thought-provoking conversations, networking, and making most out of this evening. And we'd love you to do that not only here in this building and in this room, but also on social media as well. As you can see in there, you can join the conversation. Those are the social media handles on Instagram and also on X, formerly known as Twitter. And if you can, please do use the hashtag TEDxQUB. And all of our speakers, their social media handles and platforms are there as well. So give them the plaudits that they deserve when they come to this stage. So please do post any pictures that you have and any images. And of course, what you liked as well about it as well. So don't forget that hashtag TEDxQUB. Now, I am delighted to introduce our very first TEDx performance of the evening. Dr. Emma Humphreys is a Leverhulme Early Career Research Fellow in the School of Arts, English and Languages, completing her PhD in France in French in 2021. Emma recalls taking her final Viva examination for her PhD in COVID. Those conditions are pretty tough, as of course I'm sure you're aware. And on the same day she did that examination was the day that Joe Biden became US president. Emma has held teaching positions at the University of Birmingham, the University of Cambridge, Cardiff University, and most recently here at Queen's University in Belfast. Now, Emma's research is interested in how we judge the way people speak, write, and sign. From casual comments about good grammar to accent-based languages and assumptions and intelligence based on class, and really understanding attitudes and what they reveal about powerful social bias. Her research, which sits between social linguistics and French studies, explores these attitudes and the ideologies that underpin them. So please give a very warm welcome to our first TEDx talk of this evening, Dr. Emma Humphreys with Is Sabrina Carpenter Saving the English Language?
Hi everyone. Yeah, I'm starting off stage. An unconventional start. And I'm not going to lie. I wasn't letting the opportunity to wear a Britney mic and start this talk off in true pop diva fashion pass me by. But I actually have a more legitimate reason for this. I'm starting off stage where you can hear me but not see me, because I'd like you to focus on my voice for a minute. And I'll ask you now to reflect on what you feel like you've learned or decided about me already from the 80-something words I've said. You've gathered that I'm an English speaker. You've probably realized that I'm not from Belfast, where we are today. Perhaps you've even made a good guess at where I did grow up. Maybe you've thought, oh yeah, she sounds like a lecturer. Or maybe the exact opposite thought has come to mind. You might have started to pull together a mental image of me, how tall I am, how I dress, how old I am. Research shows that we're actually pretty good at that. We can make pretty accurate guesses about a person's age from their voice alone. But how many of these judgments are based in fact? How many of these assumptions will actually turn out to be true? There are lots of characteristics and traits that we associate with how people use language, whether it's written, spoken, or signed. And as a researcher in sociolinguistics, this is what I'm interested in, and I've spent close enough to a decade exploring the judgments we make about people based on how they use language. Some of them might be quite flattering. You have a lovely accent. Doesn't he speak so clearly? But others can be more damaging. Certain accents are associated with criminal behavior, for example. Bad grammar is often seen as a sign of sloppiness and a lack of intelligence. These judgments are not facts. They're learned behaviors. And they're linked to what we're taught from a young age about correct and incorrect language. And the thing is, what we judge as correct and incorrect is really just a jumble of decisions over time and a lot of happenstance. For example, the prestigious accent in England would be the one spoken in the South, what we might call BBC English. But why? Well, historically, this is where social, political, and economic power has been held, around London, Oxford, Cambridge, the locations of Parliament, prestigious universities, and public schools. The Southern English accent is prestigious because it was the one spoken by the people with power. If these institutions and people had been in Newcastle, then it would be Geordie English we were teaching to children and other learners of English. Because there is nothing inherently good or bad about Geordie English or BBC English. No linguistic reason to choose one over the other. Rather, these are ideas we've been taught, learned social norms. Dramatic pause. Sorry, 1 second. They'll cut this out, don't worry. Aha. But regardless of this fact, these judgments do exist. Very few of us, I'm sure, don't have some ideas about what is good and bad language. And it's no wonder, because these ideas are everywhere. This messaging is around us all the time. It's not just in dictionaries and grammars, and it's absolutely not just teachers and grumpy old pedants who are correcting us. It's in the films and series we watch, the podcasts we listen to, the books we read. It's even in the graffiti on the wall of your local pub toilet. And today I'd like to share with you some examples from music. And this is where I get to the person that I lured you here with, Sabrina Carpenter. In her song Slim Pickings, Carpenter sings the following: Jesus, what's a girl to do? This boy doesn't even know the difference between there, and they are. Carpenter's lyrics, alongside that song title, Slim Pickings, suggest that a person with bad grammar is not a good option for a partner. Don't fret too much for this guy, though. The next line is, yet he's naked in my room. So despite the negative judgment, things are going pretty well for him. Some additional popular culture context. This is seemingly a dig at an ex of Carpenter, someone who once tweeted, when people don't act their age, and that's T-H-E-R-E. Targeted or not, Carpenter's lyrics, alongside that song title, suggest that a person with bad grammar does not make a good partner. And this messaging isn't hidden. It's clear and it's explicit. Language and sexual attraction comes up in another of Carpenter's songs, Bedchem. And this time, we're talking likely about a different ex, a certain Irish actor, perhaps? Carpenter sings, who's the cute boy with the white jacket and the thick accent? Like, maybe it's all in my head, but I bet we'd have really good bedchem. Here, having a certain accent is associated with sexual chemistry. The boy's thick accent is sexy to Sabrina. And whilst I'm sure he doesn't mind this judgment, the problem with positive value judgments like these is that if we have sexy accents, on the other side of the coin, we have unsexy accents. The positive judgments exist alongside negative counterparts. A similar and final example, this one is for those of you who are less familiar with Sabrina Carpenter's back catalogue. This one is from Blackstreet's 1996 song, No Diggity. They sing, attracting honeys like a magnet, giving him eargasms with my mellow accent. True poetry. Once again, having a certain accent, this time a mellow one, is presented as something positive, something that attracts honeys and causes eargasms. The examples I've shared here all relate to sexual prowess, but as I mentioned earlier, these judgments are much more wide-reaching, and these judgments matter. They have real-life consequences. When we judge someone's accent or correct their grammar, we're contributing to a system that excludes people. Using language correctly is seen as valuable, and those who fall short of this expected correct use often find themselves judged negatively and discriminated against. This discrimination can take a whole host of forms. The credibility of your well-structured and feasible business plan coming into question because of a couple of grammatical errors. Being overlooked for a job opportunity or promotion because you just don't sound quite right. The dismissal of testimony in a criminal trial because the witness's accent isn't particularly trustworthy. All because we've been taught there's only one right way to use language. When preparing for this event, one of my wonderful colleagues shared something that they were anxious about. They were worried that their accent, because of where they come from in terms of region and social class, doesn't sound professional. That it doesn't belong here, on the TEDx stage. That is one of the many effects of these judgments, and that is why this matters. We all have a role in dismantling language bias. My hope is that by raising awareness of these judgments and of their presence in popular culture, we can remove some of their power. Sometimes these judgments can be so casual, so fleeting, they can be quite easy to miss. The effects of them, though, much less so. They shape who is heard, who is dismissed, and who is valued. To return then to the title of my talk, is Sabrina Carpenter saving the English language? In a society where we're taught from a young age that there are right and wrong ways of using language, and that a person's value can be judged through their adherence or not to these rules, maybe we're asking the wrong question. Maybe the question we should really be asking is, at what cost? Thank you for listening.
Well done. Congratulations, Emma. That was wonderful. And it just made me think about how many times when I was in the BBC, oh, do I say this? Yeah, I will. I'm freelance now, so I can. yeah, there was always an idea about what a BBC announcer would sound like. And there was a school of thought, I'm happy to say it doesn't happen anymore now, but like if you had, and you mentioned Geordie, Newcastle accent, that you couldn't be on air. Or if you had an accent that was too African sounding or too Indian sounding, then you couldn't be on air. I'm pleased to say it's gone the other way, where they understand that that is authenticity playing out, where if you want to hear an African voice on an African news story, it has every right to be there. So I think the old guard is changing, and I acknowledge how I sound. So I appreciate that, being born and brought up in England and the education I've had and how I sound, that I went on to have an occupation as a journalist. But yeah, I totally understand that. So thank you very much. Another round of applause for Emma. That was really interesting. Thank you. We're going to move on now to our second speaker of the evening. Kieran David Robertson is a PhD researcher in the School of Biological Sciences here at Queen's University Belfast. Kieran is originally from Manchester, the world's first industrial city, and he grew up terrified of insects until Kieran got his first pet mantis. This mantis, named Ivy, helped him understand that insects are not scary creatures, but are actually, in fact, the most interesting group of animals which unfortunately just have a real bad PR team. And in 2023, Kieran moved to Belfast to conduct his PhD on a project that explores the use of insect-derived proteins in livestock diets, as you do, thereby improving food security, reducing environmental impact, and promoting a sustainable future. He's passionate about entomology and public engagement, so please give him a warm welcome for our second TEDx talk, Kieran David Robertson with his TEDx talk, Small Creatures, Big Impact, Rewriting History with Insects.
Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm he had crickets. E-I-E-I-O. Well, here's why that isn't such a bad idea. The Industrial Revolution, the invention of electricity, the first transatlantic flight, each have marked a turning point in human history, shaping the way we live today. But unfortunately, these same advancements have since led to our demise. According to the United Nations, human activity is producing greenhouse gas emissions at a record high, with no signs of slowing down. Nowadays, pretty much everything we do produces greenhouse gases. On average, a car emits 400 grams of carbon dioxide per mile, and boiling a kettle just once produces around 5 grams of greenhouse gas emissions from its energy consumption alone. Now, to say to stop using electricity for the sake of our planet is an unrealistic feat. Hypocritical even, especially if you consider the many days where I've had my 6 coffee by noon. But it's time we realize that we need a new approach. We are in a crisis for climate change, food insecurity, and the declining well-being of both humans and animals. This is a threat to the One Health system, a multidisciplinary approach to optimizing human, animal, and environmental health so we can continue calling Earth a safe and a happy home. Now, how may we do this, you may ask? Insects. Now, stay in your seats. Those who are scared of insects may want to run out of that fire exit door, and as you heard, a few years ago, I wouldn't have blamed you, but one second, it'll come to me. But I want you to think on insects for a moment. I want you to pause and really think about the word insect. What comes to mind? For some, you may be reminiscent of following that rogue ladybird around your childhood back garden, and others may feel unease, fear perhaps. But today, I challenge you to think of insects in a different way, a sustainable way. But first, let me explain how I got here. A few years ago, I was a zookeeper. After COVID-19, I noticed a real decline in the quality of animal feed. And then I noticed a real decline in my own personal habits. I would spend all day promoting animal nutrition with the resources we had, and then I would return home to feed myself a microwave meal. It wasn't until one day when I was stood feeding crickets to my chameleon friend when I paused and really thought about what I was holding in my hand. This insect holds enough nutrients to sustain life. This eventually led me to Belfast to pursue research in this field. So, I don't know about you, but when I first thought of insects as food and feed, I was reminded of yet another nursery I'm sure many of you know well. There once was an old lady who swallowed a fly. I don't know why she swallowed a fly. Perhaps she'll die. Well, I have a slight problem with this. For you see, the lady will not die, but instead join 2 billion people who eat insects every day. A practice named entomophagy, which is well rooted in many cultures, especially in Asian, African, and South American countries, where more than 300 species can be eaten in some local areas. Europe, however, is yet to adapt. But why should we adapt? Why should we change our habits now? Well, we won't be changing our habits, but instead going back thousands of years. Insects are a natural part of the human diet and can be incorporated into our food in many ways, as whole insects, as protein powders, as oils. The options are limitless, even for you picky eaters. But what is it that makes insects so attractive to the One Health system? Well, firstly, environmental health. Insects are very small and only require a little bit of space. This means we can develop there's more room for development in schools, healthcare facilities, and let me start that bit again. Environmental health. Insects are very small and only require a little bit of space. This means we have more room to develop social housing, schools, and healthcare facilities, each of which are in demand as a population continues to grow. Insects are also naturally detritivorous, meaning they consume decaying waste matter. We can use this to our advantage and potentially grow these insects on low-cost surplus supermarket produce, agricultural byproducts, and food wastes, promoting something called a circular economy, which enhances sustainability and reduces costs. Insects also produce much less greenhouse gases than traditional livestock. And research conducted by me here in Belfast shows that insects have the potential to reduce methane emissions in cattle directly, which I think is a really exciting result. Okay, so I've made it clear. They're good for the environment. But what about humans in the One Health system? Well, insects have a great nutritional profile. They show around 50% protein, which is much higher than other protein-rich sources such as soybean or chicken. They also have much higher fiber contents. Fiber deficiency is a major nutritional deficiency in modern-day diets. But also, a portion of insects can provide the consumer with up to 20 times more calcium than a glass of milk, the same amount of vitamin B12 as chicken, and greater polyunsaturated fatty acids than wild Atlantic salmon. These insects can help promote global food security, especially in impoverished areas. Okay, so the last but not least part of the One Health system, animal health. Animals play a major role in wild animal diets. Pigs, chickens, cats, and dogs all consume insects in the wild. So maybe it's time we reintroduce this into the domestic diet. For you see, animals, both pets and livestock, reap the same benefits as humans, reducing agricultural and veterinary costs. By reducing these costs, we can bring cheaper and higher quality meats on the market. But also, when fed on insects, livestock shows improved growth, improved welfare, and improved health. It's a win-win. Though insects show to improve animal growth, there's no reported changes to meat or egg texture, quality, flavor, or its nutrients, allowing for a seamless transition into sustainable agriculture. But before this transition, we need a new approach. We need to stop seeing insects as these gross, dirty, alien-like creatures and instead see them similar to how we see shrimp or lobster. I mean, these high luxury delicacies are the insects of the sea, right? But we must act now. 2030 is often named the point of no return by climate scientists. Now, 2030 does seem like a long way away, but it's not. It will soon be here. History is yesterday, history is now, and history will be tomorrow. So when I say the word insect, now what comes to mind? I'm not saying that the next time you see a caterpillar, you should think to throw it into a stir fry. But I encourage you to be more open with this practice, for it might be the most sustainable way forwards. We're already halfway there. By 2030, it is estimated that 1 in 40 chickens will be fed insect-based diets. So the rest is up to us. It's in our hands. Next time you see an insect-based product on the shelves, don't turn your nose up at it. Humans make around 35,000 decisions a day. Let the next one be for our planet. And I propose that we start by seeing insects as a nutritional powerhouse that they are. Thank you.
Kieran, thank you so much. Gosh, so much food for thought there. Another round of applause for Kieran. Well done. Some of you that can't see, but Kieran's just gone as he sat down in the chair. Well done. And you should be at COP summits, by the way. I've done quite a few of those, most recently, and I was at the UN General Assembly in New York. Come to COP and the UN General Assembly, because actually that circular economy and thinking about things differently is what we need to do, and it's urgent. So thank you for addressing that. We really do appreciate it. Don't forget, hashtag TEDxQUB, please, on social media. Click away. Make sure your phone's on silent, though, but click away, and please do post as well. Now, I'm incredibly pleased to introduce now our third talk this evening. We are delighted to be able to welcome to TEDx Queen's University Belfast to this stage a very special guest, an honorary doctor and professor of practice here at Queen's University Belfast, Joe Kennedy III. Joe Kennedy III is an American politician and lawyer and a member of the renowned Kennedy family. A graduate of Stanford University and Harvard Law School, Joe was appointed by President Joe Biden as the US Special Envoy to Northern Ireland for Economic Affairs in 2022. And in this role, he championed the economic development and investment in Northern Ireland and strengthened, crucially, people-to-people ties. He has continued his commitment to public service through the Groundwork Project, promoting local community organizing. Very, very, very privileged to have him with us here today for the next TEDx talk titled The Peace We Choose to Build, Lessons from Northern Ireland to America. Please give a very warm welcome to Dr. Joe Kennedy III.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think some of you might know the U.S. calendar, which we just celebrated Thanksgiving a couple days ago, which means I traveled and I got the obligatory cold. So I will do my best here. Bear with me a little bit, and I'll try not to cough again. It is a privilege for me to be back here at Queen's. This place for the past several years has been like a second home. I tell everybody I can that the weather isn't always great in December, but the welcome is, and I'm thrilled to be here with all of you. And we, as you all know, have the luxury of being in a city of history. A city that set the standard in critical industries like rope building, linens, and shipbuilding. The combination of the ingenuity, the skill, the grit, the determination literally led the world. But the story of Belfast and Northern Ireland has been about much more than just industry. It's also about identity, it's about conflict, it's about resilience. It's also about the activism and art, the faith and frustration, the triumph and transformation that shaped the people that helped shape this place. So we are in a fitting spot to think of the moment that we're in and all that Northern Ireland can once again offer the world. And that's far more than just industrial might. And it's about the peace that you chose to build and the history that we keep. a history that teaches that progress is not inevitable and peace is not a certainty. It has to be built and nurtured and defended every single day. Now, I recognize that that might not be a lesson that strikes any of you as new, but it is an urgent one for me, because back home in America, we are at probably the most divided time we've been since the 1860s. We are a country pulling apart. The headlines of the day show that we disagree on narrative, fact, and politics at its core. We look at our neighbors with suspicion. The work that we have done to try to pull people together is being exploited by political powers for their own political gain. And so the question comes at this point, what are we going to do about it? Almost every day I talk to people that say, I can't wait for the next election because it will bring us answers. And folks, I'm here today to discuss this with you because I think you all know better than that. I think you know that waiting for peace is not in fact how peace is built. That it doesn't descend from the heavens as some charismatic leader promising solutions to problems, but it is built and invested in and nurtured every single day. That is the lesson that I take from my time in Northern Ireland. So the story that we hear often about a Northern Ireland peace process is that after decades of conflict, you had these talented and courageous politicians, Blair, Ahern, Clinton, Hume, Trimble, Adams, that found a way to come together and over a series of meetings, navigated with the artful hand of George Mitchell, were able to deliver peace. And look, those folks deserve enormous credit. They showed real courage and they did real work to bring us to where we are today. But the fact is that that story is incomplete. That long before those politicians came together, there were in fact people across our community that were doing the hard, painstaking work of building relationships in community day in and day out. There were women's and mothers groups that were forming bonds over concerns about their children's security, about economic survival. There were local community organizations that had long invested in creating conversations across difference. These are names that you all know. The Coromila community that had started through their residential space, bringing people together to spend time with one another, to learn about their difference and the way in which the conflict and troubles was impacting them. 174 Trust, Bill Shaw, an absolute hero who spent 27 years using art and other tactics to bring people in, including Super Sundays, where he fed people breakfast once a month every Sunday for decades. The East Belfast Mission that has been doing work in one of the most economically and socially isolated parts of Belfast for years. The Greater Shankill Partnership, I had the pleasure of visiting once with Jackie Redpath. We showed up about an hour late and spent an hour with people that were being trained through their kitchen, their community events, such that we never even got much time to spend with the individuals that were out there doing the work in the Greater Shankill area because we were so far delayed learning from what they were building. Clonard Monastery is a sanctuary, but it is known not just for the space and the peace that it brings within its walls between the Falls and the Shankill, but for the work and the conditions that they built outside those communities to set the conditions for peace. The Women's Coalition came together because, I don't need to tell you, but women were left out of a lot of this process. They didn't ask for permission, they organized outside party structures, and by that organization and the force of will of Monica McWilliams, earned a seat at that table. Nobody here waited. They acted. They built and they constructed. And over time, by 1998, they set the conditions that allowed those politicians to be able to deliver peace. And that lesson today is as relevant as it was those nearly 30 years ago. Particularly urgent for me and from my perspective, coming from the United States. Because we now live in a political system that accentuates and incentivizes the pulling apart of our politics rather than the mending together. You all might have seen this map at some point. What you see behind me is a county-by-county map of the 2024 election for the US president. That space in red represents votes for Donald Trump. That space in blue represents votes for Democratic candidate Kamala Harris. Keep in mind that all of that red ends up being about 2 million more votes than all of that blue, those little dots. But what you see here is the polarization that has taken place across America. As I served nearly 10 years in the US Congress, and I saw it, I felt it, I lived it, where partisanship ended up being incentivized. Social media created followings for people that could say the most outrageous thing. Cross-party relationships and the ability to move bills with broader coalitions were not. The impact of this meant that with gerrymandering, the impact of various Supreme Court decisions, that parties moved to incentivize and to codify their own power structures rather than finding ways to build across difference. We have here a system that maximized political advantage and minimized humanity. And so, where do we go from this point? The lesson I take from Northern Ireland, and the lesson that I believe that we need at the United States, is that investment back in local community organizations. The builders, the healers, the weavers, the menders, the problem solvers, the neighbors. People that understand that peace isn't delivered once and then solved, but you have to build it and nurture it every single day. And that has been what I've tried to do with my work for an organization I founded, Groundwork Project, which supports hyper-local organizers and organizations in swaths of the country that don't receive a significant amount of investment. What you'll notice from the map here is there's large swaths across the United States, the Plains, the Deep South, and Appalachia, an area there from West Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, where Democrats have largely, Democratic politicians and Democratic support has largely evaporated. What you hear, what people hear in those places about a Democrat is normally what a Republican says about a Democrat, which from time to time isn't always the nicest, right? What you need is local communities that are able to build that out, that trust and support. So it's people like Angela Curry from United Women of Color, who spends her time building up an organization in northern Alabama built off of filling gaps on education and community engagement to be able to mobilize to protect and defend her community. People like the Red Dirt Collective in Norman, Oklahoma, that is built around mutual aid, literally communities providing support and assistance for whatever it is another community needs, focused on rural, poor areas across northern Oklahoma. Or the STEPS Coalition. It's an organization, a coalition of organizations that came together in the Mississippi Gulf Coast after Hurricane Katrina to try to advocate for housing after an affordable housing stock got completely wiped out. Congress passed $100 million to rebuild it, and it got sent off to a Navy contractor to revitalize a Navy base instead. They focused on economic development, workforce training, and meeting the needs of local communities. West Virginia Tenants' Rights Organizing Association, Valeria Steele. Valeria was a resident of a mobile home trailer park in West Virginia, when she found out that the land had been purchased by an out-of-state hedge fund that then increased fees and rent and started evicting her neighbors. And so she fought back using tenants' rights laws that have been largely ignored across parts of West Virginia. These folks, they're not names that you will necessarily know, but they are there. And they are building and fighting for their America and their community every single day. Those names, those stories, from my perspective, are quite similar to the Bill Shaws and the Monica Williams, names that the world didn't necessarily know, but you did. Because they were walking your streets, they were holding your hand, they were listening to your communities, and they earned your trust. And that ultimately is the road that we have to have ahead. It's people that are willing to invest in other people and reject the cold comfort of partisan divide for the hard, gritty, messy humanity that unites us all. For the fact that the recognition that, while humanity can be complex and identity certainly, that when all is said and done, most of us actually all want the very same thing. We in the United States, regardless of party, are asking and hoping for a better future. We're asking for the temperature to come down. We hope somebody will fix the challenges without actually even knowing or agreeing on what needs to be fixed. But the solution, from my perspective, is obviously not waiting for it to happen, but it's building off of a place that does this better than anybody else, that knows what it means to go from conflict to peace and to earn it every single day, to build for hope, or in the words of another favorite son from Northern Ireland, for the good that exists in all of us. Northern Ireland has shown me that there's still good worth fighting for, that we see it every single day. And what I ask of all of you is to stand up and tell it, and share it, and sing it. These are lessons that America needs to know and needs to hear. And there's no better people out there to teach us than all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Joe Kennedy III there. And yeah, no better people to tell us. He's had to dash off, but an extraordinary thought. And actually, having lived in Northern Ireland, I call this place home now for the last 3.5 years, there are still challenges, right? We've seen that most recently with what happened in Ballymena last summer as well, but there are challenges. But I think that there are grassroots organisations here, aren't there, that are doing their bit, and that we have a megaphone to the world about the stuff that is happening here. So another round of applause, please, for Joe Kennedy III there. Thank you so much. Aptly titled Hope and History. Let's continue our next talk tonight. Dr. Linda Oyama is a senior lecturer in microbiomics, antimicrobial resistance, I want to get that right, AMR, and One Health at Queen's University Belfast. She founded the AMR and One Health laboratory in 2022, and in just 3 years has grown it into a thriving team of doctoral researchers, postdoctoral researchers, and collaborators working across human, animal, and environmental health. Linda is passionate about creating and supporting an environment for early career researchers that are really leading ambitious projects that drive practical AMR solutions. She's a mentor and a researcher, and through her work, she's an advocate for responsible antimicrobial use, evidence-based policy, and a more connected One Health approach to global health challenges. That's all going to become very apparent now in this talk today, which is a future without researchers is a future without solutions. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Linda Oyama.
I want you to look at these faces. Different ages, different cultures, different backgrounds. Some poor, some wealthy. Some young, some old. These faces represent lives lost because medicines, antimicrobials, what we all generally call antibiotics, stopped working for them. Some died from surgical procedures, and some from infections which were once treatable, all because microorganisms like bacteria, fungi, and parasites learned faster than we could keep up. This is called antimicrobial resistance, or AMR. AMR is one of the greatest challenges of our time. A problem not just for hospitals or confined to laboratories. It is when microorganisms no longer respond to the medicines designed to kill them. And you say, well, that's not my problem. And that is a truth we all avoid. AMR is not just a threat for other people, it is a threat for all people. And that means you over there, you, and even me. And if AMR affects us all, then you must agree with me that sustaining the people, young researchers, or so-called early career researchers, who are working to fight against this threat, must be a collective and shared responsibility. Because a future without researchers is a future without solutions. Yet, alongside this global threat is a quieter and even more dangerous crisis. We are losing the very people who work to solve AMR. Young researchers who might have been the next generation of AMR leaders are choosing other paths, and those who remain are often overstretched, undervalued, or overlooked. And you wonder why they are not attracted to a field like this. Well, let us consider what it looks like for early career researchers today. You spend years studying, you take on debt that your future job may not be able to repay, you earn stipends that are lower than starting salaries of some jobs, including part-time jobs. In the UK, for instance, doctoral candidates are paid around £20,000 a year, much lower compared to their EU counterparts, like the Marie Curie doctorates, for instance. There is no consideration for family allowance. There is no recognition of additional responsibilities. And many have to take on additional jobs just to stay afloat. So when a young person chooses to work in the AMR space today, it is not because the system is attractive, it is because they have passion. But passion alone cannot sustain an entire pipeline of future scientists. And before you brush that point aside, there's something else to consider. Recognition is supposed to reflect contribution. But if you ask early career researchers today, they have a different story. Well, they help to design the experiment, oftentimes help redesign it, they run it, they redo it when it fails, they work late nights in the lab, they troubleshoot, then they gather the data, and they write the first draft. Yet, the spotlight often falls elsewhere. On the conference stage or at the awards ceremony, their names might just make the footnote. And you might see it if you squint just hard enough. Senior academics and principal investigators usually are the ones who will present the work, receive the award, and become the recognized expert. Now, let me say this clearly. Senior academics and investigators do deserve recognition for their leadership and vision. After all, they are the ones who often work painstakingly to secure the funding required to allow the work to happen. But the people who make this vision and turn it into something real, who pour in their youth, their time, and their energy into the work day to day, should not have to fight for a place in its story or fight to be seen. You might say, just like popular opinion, that visibility is vanity. For early career researchers, visibility is opportunity and employability. It is motivation and encouragement. It is confidence. And it is what allows them to stay in the field long enough to make a difference. And why does that matter? Well, AMR is not a problem solved in 5 years or even a generation. It requires continuous commitment, courage, innovation, and continuous investment. Investment in people who are often invisible. I hope my video plays. To the naked eye, to the public eye. Let's take climate change, which we've heard about just now, or cancer research, as we heard in the introduction, for example. These fields are rightly recognized as global challenges, but AMR underpins them both. Cancer patients rely on antimicrobials to fight infections before they can carry on with their treatment, like chemotherapy. every surgical intervention depends on antimicrobials that must still work. Climate change reshapes global health patterns, which means our medicines must remain effective and must be future-proof. Yet, when AMR researches are overlooked, the consequences are not abstract. They are felt in every land, every community, every hospital ward, and every home. And that's not the only challenge. Our research systems today were built for a different era than the one we live in. The way we evaluate science has not kept pace with the realities that young people face today. We often say we value creativity and collaboration, yet we still reward tradition. You'll hear, in my time we struggled. Why can't they? But we forget that the young people entering AMR research today are doing so while starting young families. They are rocking babies to sleep at night. They are analyzing gigabytes of data in the early hours and running enzyme assays in the morning, literally juggling bakers, bites, and bedtimes. They are caring for parents and partners. And yet, they are expected to meet tightening deadlines, publication pressures, and output metrics which seem to grow every time someone blinks. All within a system that is built for a world with far fewer competing demands and far more stability than young researchers have today. A system which assumed that someone else will handle the rest of life. Let's not forget, though, that this generation does have options. I mean, have you seen TikTok? But if we do not then support them, they will go elsewhere where they are valued. And honestly, can you blame them? We do have hope, though. Today, beginning now, we can redefine history. We can do what early career researchers need the most from us. And how can we do this? Because when early career researchers are genuinely empowered, something amazing happens. They build connections across disciplines. They think creatively. They innovate boldly and confidently. They build diagnostics, therapies, and public engagement tools. Yes, even using TikTok and the all-powerful artificial intelligence platforms that we now have. And why does this matter for early career researchers? They are the ones who will face the consequences of AMR. Them, their children, and their children after them. That means your children, your grandchildren, and their children after that. So what must we do together? If we want solutions for this generation and the next, we must support early career researchers. We must value the people who do the work more than the work itself. We must build structures that recognize contributions fairly. Bring those early career researchers along to those award ceremonies and let them stand side by side with us. We must ensure that early career researchers have the nurture that they need. And we must revamp our evaluation systems to value and reward creativity and collaboration. Most importantly, we must ensure that the funding that young researchers have allows them to thrive, not just survive. And you're wondering, we started with faces of those just like us who may have lost their lives to antimicrobial resistance infections. But the deeper loss would be if we do not support those who are fighting to prevent a bleak future, and if we do not honor young researchers who are fighting a battle that belongs to all of us. Young researchers are standing in the place between hope and history. They are the generation who can learn from the past, act in the present, and shape future solutions for us all. They are the faces in which we must invest. Because a future without young researchers is a future without solutions. And that is a future none of us can afford. Thank you.
Linda, thank you so much for that. Wow, yeah, empower the researchers and pay them good money as well, right? Because they are the reason why we have a lot of solutions, as you said. Linda, everybody, give her a round of applause. Well done. Well done. Thank you. We have just finished our first session for this evening. How amazing, right? To Linda, to Joe, to Kieran, to Emma, thank you all so much. The bar has been set very high for our next session, but before we do go to the break this evening, we have some entertainment for you. As you can see, the microphones are there. Two extremely talented singers, Jenny Bork and Rachel Finnegan. Some of you may know Jenny as the face of Culture Night 2025. Jenny is a music graduate at Queen's University Belfast and the Royal Conservatoire of Scotland. Her operatic roles are wide-ranging, including Lucy Lockett, The Beggar's Opera, Mother Goose, The Rake's Progress, Sorceress, Dido and Aeneas, Shepherd Boy Tosca, and Kate Pinkerton, Mud and Butterfly. I hope I've got them all there. Jenny is a recognized and established vocal tutor within Northern Ireland who works extensively with Queen's University. And Rachel Finnegan is currently a second-year music student here at Queen's. She's been involved in many musical theatre productions and concert performances throughout Belfast and Newry from a very young age, playing roles including Ariel, the female lead in Footloose with Newry Musical Society. Rachel has also been a private musical theatre, classical singing and piano teacher for 4 years now, which she hopes to continue as she finishes her study. This is going to be very special. Please give them a very, very, very warm welcome, Jenny and Rachel.
Sky
Oh, that was amazing. Wasn't that amazing? My, like, I got, like, yeah, what's it called? Goosebumps. Round of applause, Jenny and Rachel. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're going to have more from you, aren't we, a little later on, so thank you for now. We're going to have a little break, refreshments in lecture room 1 as you entered into this room. We're going to be reconvening in about 40 minutes' time, if that's okay with you. Please do enjoy the session to mingle, to chat with everybody. Don't forget we are on social media, that hashtag TEDxQUB, and I will see you back here in 40 minutes. Thank you so much. Hello. Hi, welcome back. How are you doing? Is everyone good, all refreshed, relaxed, had a cup of tea? The food was good, right? Food was good, lots of nodding heads. It's great to have you back with us here for the second part of tonight's TEDx Queen's University Belfast Hope and History. Now, we've already had a fantastic, really thought-provoking first session, I'm sure you'll agree, and I know that the next speakers with us here today, this evening, will continue that high standard. So, without any further delay, let's kick off with our next speaker. Dr. Kathy Ruddy, Senior Lecturer in the School of Psychology, is a neuroscientist with a specific focus on using brain stimulation and brain-computer interface, BCI, to modify aspects of neurophysiological function. Kathy graduated with a first-class honours degree in psychology from Queen's University Belfast back in 2010, followed by a PhD in psychology with a focus on motor neuroscience in 2014, also here at Queen's. And following this, she worked as a postdoctoral researcher in Zurich in Switzerland for 3 years in the Department for Health Science and Technology at ETH. And in 2017, Kathy began working as a postdoctoral research fellow at Trinity College Dublin. All right, Kathy. And in 2019, received an Emerging Investigator Award from the Health Research Board of Ireland to establish the Translational Brain Health Lab at Trinity College Institute of Neuroscience. In 2022, Kathy won the Northern Ireland Firmus Energy Award for Inspirational Women of the Year in Science, Technology, Engineering and Maths. We're delighted to introduce now to you our next speaker for this talk, titled Reprogramming the Human Brain. Please welcome Dr. Kathy Ruddy.
This is Paul, and in 2023, at the age of 62, Paul collapsed onto the floor of his home, where he lives alone. Paul had had a stroke and was losing his brain cells, or neurons, at an estimated rate of 1.9 million per minute. He was losing his brain's white matter pathways, which are the long strands that connect the whole brain together, at an approximate rate of 12 kilometers per minute as he lay there. Paul experienced total paralysis of the right-hand side of his body. But with his working left arm, he managed to reach out and pick up some shoes, throw them out a window, and alert a neighbor that something was not right. The neighbor broke into Paul's home and took him to hospital. And on this occasion, Paul was very lucky. When Paul volunteered to take part in my research 4 weeks after the stroke, his right arm and leg were still paralyzed. He was engaging well with physiotherapy, but he was just finding that his commands to move were not being translated into any actual movement. We can think about the brain's structure and function as a bit like hardware and software, where the hardware is the physical cells. We've got grey matter, which is a jelly-like substance comprised of our cell bodies. We've also got white matter, which is a white, fatty, myelinated substance, which comprises fibers that connect all the parts of the brain together over long distances. But we also have something like software, which is the usual patterns of activity flow through the system. Learned programs, things like riding a bicycle, playing piano, or even just getting dressed in the morning. And we know now that function, or the way we use our brain, can influence structure. So, for example, if you learn a new skill, let's say you decide to learn how to juggle. You experience what we call activity-dependent neuroplasticity, which is where previously lesser used pathways in the brain adapt to accommodate new traffic in those pathways. You can think of this like a grassy path through the countryside, which gradually over time becomes wider and smoother to accommodate new footfall, and eventually becomes a well-trodden path. And in the brain, we can actually visualize these small structural changes as a result of learning using a type of MRI scan which is sensitive to the diffusion of water molecules. And using this, we can create highly detailed images of the brain's white matter pathways. The white matter pathways are like the highways that connect all the parts of the brain together, the highways of our information flow. They're coated with white fatty myelin, which is a bit like insulation on the wires. And they become more heavily insulated the more they're used. And the better insulated they are with the white fatty myelin, the more efficiently they can carry their messages from one part of the brain to another. So we know that function, or the way we use our brain, can influence the structure. So in some ways, you could say that the software running through it can actually have an influence on the hardware. But if the hardware is damaged, for example by a stroke, the consequences for the individual can be severe and life-changing. For the past 15 years, I have been performing research into brain structure-function relationships and trying to think creatively about ways to apply the theory and knowledge about what is going on in the damaged brain to come up with new methods of rehabilitation, new ways to reprogram the brain to adapt to new patterns, especially after brain damage. Because the damaged part of the brain is not coming back. There is no regrowth or regeneration. There is only adaptation to creating new pathways well trodden. And at the heart of the approach used in my research is something called neurofeedback, which exploits one of the most fundamental processes in the human brain, and that is the ability to learn and adapt passively by processing an incoming stream of feedback from the senses. Using neurofeedback, a person can learn to change processes that are ongoing in the brain itself. It's like providing a window into an otherwise hidden mental process. So in my lab, we hack this natural mental process. If you think about riding a bicycle, for example, this is not explicit. You don't read a manual about how to ride a bicycle. You learn implicitly by processing feedback from incoming stream of feedback from your senses. So when Paul volunteered for my research 4 weeks after his stroke, we brought our equipment to his bedside. And one of the first things we did with him was stimulate his brain with magnetic pulses to see whether we could evoke a twitch in his paralyzed arm and hand. Because when you apply a magnetic pulse over the part of the brain that controls the arm and hand over exactly the right spot, you should get a little twitch in the relevant muscles, if this part is connected all the way down the spinal cord to the arm and hand. In Paul's case, and actually in 90% of such cases, a twitch occurred, which told us that the signals from his brain were in fact reaching his muscles. And then this fact was confirmed when we saw his MRI scan, and we could see visually that the pathways connecting the right part of his brain to his spinal cord and onto his muscles was in fact intact. With the neurofeedback, he learned over a period of a few weeks how to make the responses in his muscle bigger over time by generating patterns of brain activity associated with imagined movement. And he particularly enjoyed this task in the early phase of his rehabilitation, when he couldn't really do much with the arm and hand, because this was something that he could do outside of physiotherapy, because it required only the imagination of movement. When we followed up with Paul 6 months later, he was very pleased with his recovery, and he told me that he could now walk independently down to the pub and practice his upper limb movement by raising a pint. My team are still investigating whether this type of technology could or even should ever make it into standard stroke care in hospitals in the future. But where its use may be particularly valuable is in the increasingly common cases of functional neurological disorders, where there is an intriguing mismatch between brain structure and function. In a functional neurological disorder, the software has experienced a fault, but the hardware remains intact. There is no brain damage or spinal cord damage or nervous system damage. There's no disease or virus. But the system cannot communicate in the way that it used to. So my team are currently working on ways to rehabilitate people with functional neurological disorders, applying the concepts of neurofeedback, rewarding desirable patterns of brain activity to try to reprogram normal function in the system. And now we are working on scaling down our technology so that someday a person with a structural or a functional brain disorder could take their rehabilitation into their own hands and into their own homes. From the earliest attempts to interact with and record from the human brain using magnets and electricity, we've come a very long way to where we are today, where I can send this hairband home with a stroke patient and they can use this to play a game where the avatar on screen is driven by brain activity associated with mental practice of a movement that they cannot perform themselves well physically. As it currently stands, according to the World Stroke Organization, 1 in 4 of us in this room will experience a stroke in our lifetime. The vast majority of those, about 75%, will occur in the over 65 age category. And with the current trend towards an aging population, by 2050 there will be more people in that age category than in any other. But the good news is that in recent decades, remarkable progress has been made to maximize your chances of surviving a stroke. And survival is good. We want to survive. But the problem then is that we're left with more survivors who have to live the rest of their lives with disability. In 2050, I will be 62, the same age as Paul was when he had his stroke. And I have hope that the outcomes for people with brain disorders will be remarkably better in 2050 than is currently the case today. And that is why I'm focusing my research into technological advances to level up recovery, to ensure that more people can live independently with a better quality of life into old age, even after sustaining damage to your most vital organ. Thank you.
Kathy, thank you so much. Congratulations on not only that talk, but the body of work that you have shared with us tonight. Really, really inspiring. Kathy, Ruddy, everybody, thank you. It's now a special honour to introduce Professor Richard Miles, who is the Provost and Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Queen's University Belfast, for our next talk. He was previously Pro-Vice-Chancellor, Education and Enterprise, and Professor of Roman History and Archaeology at the University of Sydney, and before that taught at University of Cambridge. An ancient historian and archaeologist by academic training, Richard has written books and numerous articles on different aspects of Roman and Carthaginian culture, as well as directing excavations in Tunisia, Serbia, Italy, and the United Kingdom. Having written and presented documentaries for Channel 4 and also the BBC, Richard has a keen interest in the broader translation and dissemination of academic research. Please welcome to the stage for this next TED Talk, Boiling the Frog, Why We Should Embrace Crisis, Professor Richard Miles.
Good evening, everybody. So tonight I'm going to try and defend the indefensible. I'm going to argue that catastrophizing, which is a sort of deliberate exaggeration of the problems we face, has actually been absolutely fundamental in the development and the smooth functioning of complex societies. Now, I'm sure you will have noticed that it feels like we're living in an age of crisis. If you look at the media, we're sort of bombarded with a deluge of sort of constant doom-mongering, that we're sort of on the abyss of some sort of disaster, environmental disaster, economic disasters, political disasters, you name it. And it's that sort of sense that we're sort of living at a time almost of the end of the world. Now, recently, actually, the sort of focus has sort of turned on the peddlers of that sort of naysaying and sort of doomsday argument. And actually, people have started to look and accuse people of catastrophizing, the deliberate exaggeration and distortion of the problems and crises that we face. And what they argue is that, for a start, that actually what it does is it undermines the fabric of society. It creates division. And also it creates apathy, where everything just seems too much, as if we can't solve our own problems. Now, there's undoubted truth in that. I mean, if you think about the peddling of sort of populist conspiracy theories that we find everywhere, there's undoubtedly some truth to that. But, we can also say that if we look at crises, that actually, they are, if we look at the sort of impact of them, the power of them, the destructive power of them, they can spread like a contagion. But there's something interesting about that. I mean, if you think about the Wall Street crash of '29, which sort of created total devastation across America for decades afterwards. Of course, it was built on the sort of fundamental weaknesses of the American economy, rampant speculation with borrowed money. But that was just the start. What really fueled it was basically blind panic. Like most stock market crashes, they have nothing to do with objective thought or analysis. They're to do with what we feel. So, in some respects, that's one side of the argument. But actually, that also sort of highlights the huge psychological importance and also the power of catastrophizing. And what I want to argue tonight is this, is that actually we've been using, or our leaders have been using catastrophizing not only to divide us, but also to unite us since the dawn of the first cities. Now, let me talk a bit about this. So basically, 6000 BC, in ancient Iraq, a huge or very important sort of human experiment, probably the bravest experiment we've ever done, took place. And that was the building of the first cities. Now, here's one, this is Ur. You might think, for us, these days, it's kind of, it doesn't seem like anything. But that was a huge deal. The idea of living and working and collaborating with people who were not from your own bloodline or from your own families was a huge kind of development. And it wasn't something, and it's something which, why did they do it? Why did they come together? Because in the end, it was for sort of to make their lives better. But basically, the idea of working together made us better. And here, for a very pragmatic reason, that, I don't know how many of you have been to Iraq, but what you'll see, it's arid plains with these big 2 rivers running through it. And actually, what the people there decided to do is to create a sort of fertile agricultural land, is they decided to manage the rivers with a series of canals and locks and irrigation to basically create fertile land. Now, you can't do that in a small group. You have to be organized, and you have to basically work together. And this is the main reason why these cities were developed. And this is what happened. Turn the desert, here are the locks, turn the desert into fertile agricultural land. Now, complex societies are difficult things. They are fragile. They are riven, and they're always in danger of internal divisions and external threats. They're not easy, and actually, we have to be reminded sometimes of what we've given up to be part of them. Individual sovereignty. We've also, in terms of putting our resources in too. And the leaders of these Mesopotamian cities, right from the very first writing that we have 6,000 years ago, when you read their writing, it is basically often not only reminding those people of the benefits of sticking together, which is food, security, infrastructure, etc., but also the dire consequences of actually not working together. War, slavery, death, and all sorts of other horrible things. And so sometimes when you look at these texts and the texts that I look at, it can seem like the history of the ancient world is just one long disaster. One sort of, just made up completely of threats. But in some respects, what we're reading there is actually the leaders catastrophizing situations so that they could actually galvanize and bring people together collectively and to create coherence within society. Now, you all know, you probably all know the old political adage about the boiling frog. That's why I had a frog at the beginning. Well, the frog, if you put it's scientific bunk, but basically it's still a good story. You put a frog in boiling water, it immediately jumps out. Now, if you put it into tepid water and then slowly boil it up, it sits there and boils to death. Okay. Now, that's a very dramatic story, but in the end, this is what in the ancient world they were doing. They were basically, in many respects, creating an early warning system, but were reminding people of the benefits of this very fragile ecosystem of what we call society. And if you think about some of the great powers of history, I wrote Edward Gibbon, great historian who wrote The Decline and Fall of Rome, is 10 volumes long. And that's because the Roman leaders were always saying and warning people that they were in decline and disaster. And you think about America, again, the founding fathers were imagining and warning about the decline and fall of America almost from the moment of independence. Now, you can also say leaders, often they might, there's a sort of thing there of political manipulation. Leaders want to present themselves as savior figures. They want to do things down to say they can raise you up. But the wise leader always balances out the collective interest with their individual ambition. So why do we need catastrophizing more than ever? It's partly to do with the technological revolution that we live in now, which basically was meant to, in many respects, to solve all of our problems, but actually it's created a whole new load of new ones. And most of them are about us, because basically what it's done is it's allowed us to see ourselves as individuals, okay, sovereign individuals in our own little atomized cyberspace worlds, a world in which we can self-curate, edit ourselves, and actually sort of strive for perfection. But actually, our problems are messy. They're not individual. Crises are basically far more than that. They are actually the collective. They are us, not the one person. And so for us, we need our politicians and we need our leaders to constantly remind us of that. And in the end, it's about, you think about the myth of Sisyphus, okay, you probably know it. He annoyed the gods, the Greek myth, and so therefore he had to spend the whole of his life, or the whole of eternity, not his life, pushing a large boulder up a hill, and it kept on falling down when he got to the top. They had to start again. And actually, the myth of Sisyphus is quite apt for this, because firstly, it shows you we can't push this boulder up the hill on our own. But secondly, it also tells us something about us, okay? And it tells us that in the end, it gives us an idea of basically what we're here for, and that is to strive. And also, the sort of big qualities that, the key qualities that I see of humanity. One of them is hope, and the other one is resilience, that we just keep going and we work together. And I can't think of a better example of that. You think about the Good Friday Agreement. I haven't been here very long, but that really strikes me as something, basically, again, resilience, hope, the collective, moving things forward. It's always messy, and often, actually, the job isn't done. But actually, this is what we are here for. So in the end, crises and catastrophizing play a key role in all societies. They bring us together. And actually, here's Milton Friedman, the American economist. Only a crisis, actual or perceived, produces real change. I think what's important here is that our crises can either make us or break us. And we need our leaders to remind us and to remind ourselves of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard, thank you very much. Yeah, make or break us in times of crises. That is so true, personal and professional, right? It can really go either way, and how do you hold yourself? And that is the challenge, I suppose. That's the challenge of being a human being, right? Richard Miles, everybody, thank you very much. Our next talk this evening is going to be delivered by Lorraine Marks, and Lorraine is the head of Business Support Programme here at Queen's University Belfast. Lorraine has been involved in knowledge transfer partnerships, KTPs, since 1997, helping businesses access the skills and expertise in the university. Now, under Lorraine's leadership, Queen's University has exceeded all other UK knowledge-based partners. And by that, I mean it's managed to secure funding for over 400 KTP projects and are choosing 25 national KTP awards. And recently, Queen's won 2 out of an available 3 national titles at Innovate UK's Golden KTP Awards, recognising the best of innovation and collaboration between universities and the business world. Congratulations to Lorraine and the whole team, because that really is fantastic results. Now Lorraine manages a portfolio of around 30 live KTP projects, supporting business partners with innovation vouchers, the Innovation Boost programme, and engaging with the further education sector via the Connected programme. So to deliver her talk this evening, Partnerships and Collaboration, Innovation for All, please welcome to the TEDx Queen's University Belfast stage, Lorraine Marks.
We hear the word innovation every day, but have you stopped to think, what does it actually mean? At its core, innovation is the practical application of ideas that transform how we live, how we think, and how we interact with the world. Consider the organisations that we most often associate with groundbreaking ideas. The global giants that you're thinking of collectively invest hundreds of millions of dollars every year to turn bold concepts into reality. According to the World Intellectual Property Organization, global annual spend on R&D now exceeds $2.7 trillion. But here's the thing, those global giants did not start out as giants. They began as one person, or perhaps a small team, who had a single innovative idea that they turned into reality. And while not every business will scale to those heights, governments worldwide share a common objective, and that is to boost business profitability and productivity so that they can generate wealth, create jobs, and deliver goods and services that improve the lives of their citizens. In the UK, SMEs are defined as, broadly speaking, as organisations with less than 250 employees. And you might be surprised to know that in the UK, they account for 99% of all businesses. However, they only account for 50% of total business revenue. And that gap tells us something very important, that innovation is tied to progress. So here's a question. While those billion-dollar organisations can spend money on research and innovation, what about the small businesses? How do they innovate? How do they grow? And how can they be supported? My name's Lorraine Marks, and for almost 30 years, I've been building partnerships between the university and businesses. So we know that innovation is important, and we also know that it costs a lot of money. And the big corporations that have the funds to support and sustain those levels of research and development, what happens to the smaller organisations that just don't have access to the same resources? This is an economic challenge that all SMEs face. I want also to talk a little bit about the role of universities, and we've heard plenty this evening about some of the activity happening here in Queen's. Most people see them primarily as places of education, and while that's true, they're also places of research. They are engines of discovery. They're home to breakthroughs that shape industries and transform lives. And behind every major innovation, you will find the fingerprints of academic research. Because universities are not just classrooms, they're catalysts. They hold the expertise, that innovation, the bold vision, and the curiosity that fuels progress. So this is the idea I'm bringing to you today, that universities can become the R&D departments for small businesses who wish to innovate and grow. I'm going to take you back to 1975. Some of you in the audience may remember it, others may have to just imagine it. But in 1975, the UK government had its own innovative idea. They launched a programme that they called the Teaching Company Scheme. And it was based on the old concept of the teaching hospital, where junior doctors worked and learned alongside more experienced mentors until they were qualified. And by applying this framework to the UK business sector, the hope was that universities with critical academic knowledge would partner with those businesses, and that would make research output more accessible, and in turn, the businesses would become more productive and profitable. And what's really remarkable is that today in 2025, this programme still is running. 50 years later, it's now called Knowledge Transfer Partnerships, or KTP, but it's still doing exactly the same job it was set up to do. And in Queen's University, we really embraced this programme. To date, we've supported over 400 businesses to partner with over 300 academic researchers. And we've shown that it can be effective in every sector, so from construction and manufacturing to food production and healthcare. But it's not just Queen's University that is doing this. For 50 years, this partnership model has been used extensively across the UK. And as a result, there is now 50 years worth of evidence that this type of partnership really works. And importantly, we don't try to solve every problem at once. We focus on a specific challenge, a business need, whether it's developing a new product, embedding a new process, or maybe applying existing knowledge in a new way. But what we find is that once a business really understands the power of research and the impact it can have, they start to find opportunities they never imagined. And here's the piece that I haven't mentioned yet. We employ a graduate to come on to every project to deliver that piece of work. This is a dedicated person, usually somebody from another generation, and that fresh perspective they bring changes the dynamic. You might also wonder, is this not very similar to a standard graduate training programme? Well, these are more than that, because it's the combination of the academic knowledge, the business partner, and that graduate coming into the business that creates the magic. The graduates immerse themselves in the projects, they acquire the knowledge, and then they lead the process of embedding it across the business. So now we have the three partners. What makes this work? In my experience, I think there are three main factors. First is learning and mentoring. Learning isn't just about formal training, it's about shared growth. And each graduate benefits from two mentors, one with that deep business insight and the other with the academic expertise. And this unique combination really transforms the graduate into the business's in-house expert on the new technology. And together, the graduate and their mentors strengthen each other's learning, they challenge their assumptions, and they really create a powerful cycle where everyone is learning from everyone else. The next is about those new ideas. As we've just heard, innovation is not optional. For a business, it's about survival, and it's what keeps them ahead of their competitors. So combine university research with that business need, and then the unique perspective of a Gen Z graduate, and suddenly creativity accelerates. The businesses build and sustain the capability to recreate these conditions in the long term, so innovation then becomes a habit and not just a one-off event. And the last piece of the puzzle really is that the academic researchers that get involved in these projects, they can clearly see their ideas and research being applied in business in the real world. They gain insight into what will work commercially, and that then sparks fresh research directions, enriches their teaching, and crucially ensures that future graduates are learning from knowledge that is grounded in practice. So I'm just going to give you an example of how this actually works. In 2004, a small family-owned precast concrete company in Northern Ireland began what was to become a 20-year relationship with Queen's University. The business wanted to diversify their product range and had open discussions with an academic team about taking an ancient architectural innovation, which is the arch, and developing a new commercially viable, innovative product. And this was the result. This is the Flexi Arch. It's a modular precast concrete arch bridge that is made in a factory, and then it arrives on site as a flat pack. It can be rapidly installed, saving the company time and money, and it can be adapted to fit in a range of locations. Since this first project, the company has gone on to complete 3 other partnerships with Queen's. They've collaborated with 9 other academics and supported 4 PhD projects. They've seen a 55% growth in revenue and a significant increase in gross profit. And not only that, but the graduate that started the first project 20 years ago is now a company director. And this is not an isolated case study, nor is it specific to Queen's University. After 50 years, there are thousands of examples just like this across the UK in businesses and universities. And what we see is the impact of collaboration. We also know that this partnership model is just one of many ways that small and medium-sized businesses can use to engage. And we also know there are other ways to fund innovation. But the evidence of 50 years would suggest that this is one of the most effective. So it's not just about solving one problem, it's about creating a cycle of innovation that benefits businesses, universities, and graduates alike. So the next time that you see a new product being launched, just remember, you don't need to spend billions of dollars on innovation. You just need partnerships and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lorraine. And Lorraine's email is available to those of you that want to. I can see that, yeah, you make it all seem so possible, which is so wonderful, the possible and the opportunities for collaboration that don't have to cost the earth. So Lorraine Marks, everybody, thank you very much for that. We're going to be having a break after our next speaker, but I'm really excited about this talk, and I'm really pleased that Professor Dominic Bryan is with us today, who is a distinguished anthropologist at Queen's University Belfast, renowned for his influential work on identity, ritual, and conflict in Northern Ireland. Now, with a career spanning more than 3 decades, Dominic has explored how symbols, parades, and public rituals shape group identity and intergroup relations, particularly in contested civic spaces. I wonder why he chose here. His research has had a profound impact on public policy, notably contributing to the establishment of the Parades Commission and as co-chair of the Flags, Identity, Culture and Tradition Commission, informing debates on flags, commemorations and public order. And beyond his academic role, Dominic is also very, very active in engaging with communities, policymakers, and the media to foster dialogue and indeed peace building, and remains a vital voice in discussions on identity, memory, and reconciliation. So please, for this next TED Talk, I'm going to say that again for the edit. For the next TEDx Queen's University Belfast talk, Everyday Nationalism in History, Is There a Future in the Past? Please give a warm welcome to Professor Dominic Bryan.
People are amazing. Working together as part of social groups, human beings have created an enormously dynamic, connected world. We've become the species that has been most successful on this planet. And we do so because we cooperate. We work within societies. However, you may have noticed, we live in a world full of conflict. We live in a world which has a depleted environment. We have a world of increasing inequality and millions of people migrating to try and find a better life. Now, the political environment which this all takes place in is what we call nationalism. We all live in these things we call nations, which creates a sense of us and them. We live within borders, and we have a sense of self-interest, and we are told we need armies to protect us through all of this. I want to ask a tricky question. I want to ask, is nationalism good for you? And is nationalism good for this world? Now, I'm a social anthropologist. What we do is we look at how society works. We look at social cohesion. Why is it you feel you're part of one group and not another sort of group? And of course, if we're interested in social cohesion and groups, we are inevitably also interested in conflict. Now, the most amazing groups in a way are nations. These are groups of millions of people who all feel that they're in some way the same. So it's important that we critically understand how nations work and what their impact is. So firstly, I'm probably going to surprise some of you with something. You may think that your nation is hundreds and hundreds of years old. I have to tell you, that's almost certainly wrong. Human beings, through their existence, have lived in a whole range of different sorts of political systems. But broadly speaking, the group that was most important to you would have been your kith and your kin, the family you were born into, your clan or your lineage. Now, as societies got more complex and you got hierarchies with leaders and monarchies, society formed through what we call the state. But through most of that history, your kith and your kin, your family would still have been the most important group in your life. They would have placed you in the society that you're in. You would have had rituals and symbols, religion and myth that would have given you a form of social cohesion. Social and political scientists broadly agree that the modern nation only really comes in and around the 19th and into the 20th centuries. That's a sort of a populist ethno-national group. This is after the Reformation and the Enlightenment, industrialization, urbanization, democratization, and the tensions between social classes that we start to develop a sort of large, cohesive, sort of compliant social group. And this may sound strange, but nations are pretty much all the same. They're a group of people who claim a particular territory, and they have a history that legitimizes that with a narrative of continuity over time, usually connected to a language or a religion or some element of their social identity. And that history usually contains stories of suffering, particularly around battles and wars, and is full of heroes and martyrs that the stories are told of. And then you build statues to all the heroes and martyrs, and you come up with flags, and you have anthems, and then you have playwrights and actors and musicians who all start to present emotionally how that nation hangs together. And the people in that nation are usually told and think that somehow they are braver or better than other nations, and then occasionally you have a leader who gets up and tries to persuade you that they are the greatest nation. Okay? And part of that, you stereotype all of your neighbours' nations, right? We're all very familiar with that sort of thing. And that comes about because of what we sometimes call everyday nationalism. How do you become part of these identities? You're sort of born into it. You're given a name. All around you are lots of street names and building names which all connect you to this history. You end up going to school when you're taught a particular history, and what's more, you're told it's your history, right? And then there are commemorations, there are museums which will tell you about what your history is, there's memorials, there's memorial days, all right? But more than that, there's events in your life, the sporting events where you remember the great wins or the great losses that your nation has. And there are dramas on the TV when all of this is explained to you. And that's because the nation is reproduced in our everyday life. Or to put it another way, the nation is a social construction. So that your sense of self is intimately linked to the group, and it's emotionally linked. It's been part of your life. It's been part of your family's life. It's part of your family's history. So in that way, the idea of the nation is linked to something which is very close to you, and that will make people do inspiring things, amazing things. It makes people go and die in wars for this huge, large groups. That's actually really quite an extraordinary thing to think about. It's made people fight in revolutions. This emotional-filled idea has also helped us build and define rights for citizens and make citizens feel protected, so that the well-being of the individual appears to be linked to the well-being of this large social group. And I'll tell you who knows how this works. Politicians know how this works. Because when they want to get elected, they will stand by the flag and they will tell you that they best represent your nation and they will make your nation great again. But there's another story to be told about nations and nationalism. The violence of the 19th and 20th century saw millions and millions of poor people die in the name of defending their nation. Ideas of superiority around race and gender were built into nationalism and empire. European empires stormed across the globe, invading other places and spaces, and in fact, often inventing new countries. And often inventing new countries would have complicated ethnicities in, which were almost inevitably going to end in many of the civil wars that we see today. Those countries were exploited in forms of extraction so that the empires could survive. That is a complicated and difficult world. So how do we remember that history? Well, ironically, we sort of remember the wars of that time in a heroic sort of way. We put up memorials and commemorate our people that have died for that empire. All right, we thank our forefathers for the work that they have done. This, I suggest to you, is the politics of the dead. We don't actually remember a lot of other amazing things, like scientists trying to cure malaria, or overcoming famine, or the rights we've managed to give to people, or the literacy we spread around the world. The stories of war seem more powerful than all of this. So I want to suggest something a bit radical. The debt we owe is not to the past. The debt we owe is to the future. The debt we owe is to the living and those yet to come about. The debt we owe is the future of our children. Now, I can see a problem here, and you can probably see a problem. You're going to say to me, right, these nations are just going to disappear in this amazing world that I'm suggesting we could have. Well, it is, of course, very, very difficult. But there are things that suggest that we might be up to that challenge. We know humans are very good at cooperating and very good at creating solidarity. If you ask most people in this room, they would accept that all human beings should have basic human rights. Many of you will be part of enormous, generous processes to try and help people in other parts of the world in humanitarian projects. And we know we have a common interest with people. We experienced COVID. We're experiencing everything that takes place in the environment, all right? So we know we need to work with the world in creating a different place. And we also know that we're capable of organizing this because, ironically, nations and world religions work on a global scale. So we know we can do these things. So I've got a few suggestions. Look again at nationalism. Ask where it came from and when. And don't get too sucked in to the myths and the stories about your nation. Secondly, I think we need to lose the militarization our nations appear to have been built upon. And we need to think about some core values that we can share across humanity. And I'm thinking of trust and partnership. I'm thinking of reciprocity and generosity. And I'm thinking of the values of equality, justice, and human rights. Maybe we could have a few statues and songs that remember humanity and cooperation. Nationalism, I think, is a uniquely dangerous form of political organizing. We need to understand it. We need to build new bonds of solidarity beyond the nation, and we need to do so because we owe it to our children.
Thank you. Professor Dominic Bryan. Dominic, do you support a football team? I know we don't do a Q&A, but...
Yeah, I'm a fanatic Spurs supporter.
I was just going to say, come on, Liverpool, if there's any Liverpool supporters here, but there we go. Really interesting. It's got me thinking about so many ways we think about nationalism, but obviously not in the society in which we operate politically, but sport and everything else and how we reverence to things that maybe we shouldn't. Professor Dominic Bryan, thank you very much. Thank you. That brings us to a close for this second session. We have 4 more speakers after the break where there'll be more yummy food for you all. And we also have a special reading of a Seamus Heaney extract from The Cure at Troy by Dr. Gail McConnell. Please join us for that. And again, Jenny and Rachel, the singers, will be here with some more incredible dulcet tones. The refreshments in the same room, room number 1, lecture room number 1, and we'll be back here in 25 minutes. Enjoy your break. Thank you. I don't know why I was waiting for music. Welcome back, everybody, to this final session. I hope you are all good. Have you enjoyed it so far? Yes. It's been great, hasn't it? Humbled by that round of applause. And I have to say, I hope you're all refreshed and adequately so, but what we have now, the next 4 session speakers on stage, are just as good as what's gone before. And I'm going to go straight into it, so let's not delay it. Next up is Navida Vinay. Navida is a postgraduate student in the School of Arts, English and Languages, currently pursuing her Master's in Arts Management while working part-time with an arts organization, where she gets to bridge creativity and community. Now, Navida grew up in Bangalore and is now living here in Belfast, and from her own words, is learning to see the world through contrasts, familiarity and distance, tradition and change, to really understand how spaces and people can hope carry through time. She describes herself, and I love this term, a curious soul, who finds meaning in the spaces where art, design, and memory, they mesh together. Now, Navida has always been drawn to how architecture and music hold stories, how they shape who we are, and indeed, how we connect. So give yourself space to open your mind for this talk now and be inspired by past and present coming together. So please give a welcome to Navida Vinay to the stage to deliver her TEDxQUB University Belfast talk, Ghosts in the Machine, the Archaeology of Hope.
Hi, everyone. I'd like you all to try something with me. I want you to touch the fabric you're wearing or the chair that you're sitting on, anything, just feel it. And just want you to remember the sensation of it, really. Great. As an architect, I've spent most of my life, touching things, as weird as that sounds. Stone, brick, steel, concrete. If it existed, I've probably run my hands over it. In architecture school, they trained us to touch and feel everything. Our professors would normally say, feel the grains of the sand, the wood, and the coolness of marble. We took that very seriously. On field trips, you'd see 20 of us students just caressing an old wall like it held all the secrets of the universe. It was hilarious to watch, but it was kind of beautiful because for us, touch was truth. If you can feel it, then it's real. If you can build something with that for others to touch and feel, it's active empathy. But neuroscience says we never actually touch anything. The electrons in our atoms, go against the electrons in the object's atoms. So what we feel is just pressure, our nerves translating that data into sensation. So technically, when I say I've touched the world, I never really have. And you did not just touch your chair. So this is probably why I became obsessed with space, because architecture, like reality itself, is something that we have convinced we can touch, a hologram made of memory, light, and matter, sophisticatedly styled by what we believe is solid. The longer I studied architecture, the more I realized our cities are machines designed as spaces and places. We move through them like well-behaved particles. When I moved here from Bangalore to Belfast, I sensed 2 different machines humming in completely different frequencies. Bangalore, a more, a circuit board, restless, filled with glass and code, with flyovers, and Belfast, a rather older engine, quieter, still carrying echoes of conflicts in its bricks, but yet so vibrant and alive. Both are beautiful. Both are haunted. Because behind the efficiency of every system lies something that refuses to be systemized. Stories, grief, laughter, faith. Architects call that patinas, the marks left by time. Society calls it history. Well, I call it the ghost layer. everything that the blueprint didn't plan for, but it survived anyway. And maybe this is probably what makes our world human. The ghost layer of civilization, everything that leaks through when the paint of progress starts to crack. But we have forgotten how to read those cracks. We optimize instead of observe. We renovate instead of remember. Everything, buildings, cities, our lives, our identities even, everything gets updates. But we rarely stop to ask, what are we updating and what are we deleting exactly? The more I studied old buildings, the more I realized architecture is a language the past keeps whispering through time and space. Civilizations built with one obsession in mind. How do we make eternity viable? How do we last forever? The ancient Greeks, Egyptians, they aligned their temples to their stars. They explicitly engineered their afterlife. But we don't have to go back thousands of years to feel architecture speak. Let's stick to this generation. Take Notre Dame, for example, a French cathedral, landmark of Paris, beautiful place. When the cathedral burned in 2019, the whole world mourned this building. Everybody came together to restore it back to its glory because it carried 8 generations of memory, revolution, war, COVID. But the design proposals for the restoration of this cathedral, they were wild. A greenhouse on top of the roof, a sci-fi dome straight out of a movie, and they had gardens on top of the roof for purification and ritualistic purposes. My personal favorite, a swimming pool on top of the roof. It was to cleanse and whatnot. This was a real design proposed by a Stockholm-based architecture firm. What we see here is something that we've sort of reminded that we're drifting away from what actually this structure means. We are building our modern fantasies onto a 12th century core memory. A local example, perhaps. Well, if you walk down St. Joe's Sailortown Church right here in Belfast at the docks, it's an old cathedral converted into a community venue where they host boxing matches and music gigs. It's a beautiful church. It confuses me a little bit. Another example, the Donegal Family Chapel up north Belfast is an old Gothic revival church that's converted into a stunning 3 BHK apartment. Speaking of Gothic, the rise and fall of Gothic architecture, a 300-year practice that was discontinued after the 17th century because of how its features would make you feel a sense of eerie and darkness and macabre, something that wasn't appreciated because it was so pure in its form. These are not just structures, they're interfaces between matter and meaning. When we walk through ruins and fall silent, maybe we're not visiting them. Maybe we're being remembered by them. So it's not nostalgia per se, it's design memory calling us back to what endures. All my life, I've trusted my senses, or at least I've tried. We all have. But neuroscience and physicists and all these important people say these sensations are translations, not real contact. So if that's true, if our reality is just a hologram dump of information, then architecture is one of humanity's oldest operating systems. We build through and we build in with memory and code directed with emotion and behavior. A cathedral programs reverence, a prison programs obedience, a home programs belonging, a school programs discipline. We have been programming reality brick by brick, belief by belief. Maybe architecture once knew how to speak to the conscious and the subconscious and the unconscious itself with every arch and every corridor, shaping what we truly felt. And if neuroscience and ancient builders and all these important people were right, that form follows function and frequency, then the true material of design is not steel or concrete, it's consciousness. The blueprint begins in the mind, and the structure appears in the world. We build what we believe, and in turn, what we become. So the challenge is not exactly to build stronger machines, it's to design wiser realities, to understand the metaphysics. It's our first experiments in metaphysics to understand the solid attempts of trying to understand the invisible, the core memory and belief and the systems that were placed. Because, you know, the machines, they're not really out there somewhere. It's here, in our lives, in our social feeds, in our day-to-days. We succumb to that structure every day. Every vote, every click, every policy, they're blueprints. So what are we coding into them exactly? Is it extraction or imagination? Is it fear or freedom? The goal is not to sort of destroy the machine, it's to rewire it with what we can construct with the code that we have built, to rewire it with memory, art, and compassion, probably like the church. So the goal of our generation is not to probably destroy the machines, it's to just bring them back, not digging into the past, but building with what we really have at the moment. And if we could look closely enough, and we could see all of these codes taking form, and we could study them, we can rewrite that code, not for power, but for more presence. And maybe that is the future of architecture for our lives. Not to design machines that are just strong and based off performance, but to build something with humanity that leads the way as the pattern. Thank you.
Well done. That was great. Oof, wow. Navida. I could listen to you for hours. Honestly, I thought that was incredible. Gail will know this. We do this with poetry, don't we? Make notes. Extraction or imagination, right? Form follows function and frequency. Navida Vinay, give her a round of applause. That was really great. Thank you. Yeah, there's the hashtag TEDxQUB. We're on the final talks now today, and I hope you have really enjoyed it, and there is more good to come. So please be on social media. Show your appreciation to all the speakers that have been here today, using the social media handles as well. Now, next up is Aisling Cannon. And Aisling Cannon is currently completing an LLM in International Human Rights Law at the School of Law in Queen's. After graduating with ILB, saying that right? ILB? Aishling's going to tell us more. In July this year, originally from Donegal, she moved to Belfast in 2022 for her studies and became interested in law and human rights after reading Malala Yousafzai's biography at 15 years old. Now, her bravery, fighting for what she believed in, really inspired her to study law and to advocate for change. Aisling was selected to represent Queen's Law School on the Irish Chief Justice Programme and spent this past summer working in Dublin for one of the Central Criminal Court judges. Aisling has also co-founded the Walkie Talkie Girlie Society, which is the basis of her TEDx Queen's University talk today. Please welcome Aisling Cannon to the stage and her TEDx talk titled, You'll Never Walk Alone, The Walkie Talkie Girlie's Story.
It's 9 p.m. and I'm alone. I've just had dinner with a friend in the city centre and now I'm standing at a bus stop waiting to go home. The street is dim, the shops all closed, and the cold creeps in, making me pull my coat a little bit tighter. I thought I'd be fine, but buses keep getting cancelled, Taxis aren't accepting fares, and my parents' voices are in my head. Do not walk anywhere alone after dark. Each time a bus appears on the horizon, my hope rises, only to fall as another full sign blinks back at me. My phone is refreshing taxi apps, but they're all turning up the same answer: unavailable. Footsteps. A man approaches the stop. He keeps coming closer and closer until he's standing right next to me, and I sense him turn to talk to me. Where do you live? Were you waiting on that last bus? Where are you from? His questions spill out one after another, too direct and all too familiar for a dark street at night. I look up at the timetable, 40 minutes until the next bus. 40 minutes seems impossible. I do then consider walking, but then I'm leading him home, and now he's stepping even closer. Voices. A group of students arrive at the stop. They also look at the timetable, groan at that wait, and decide they're just going to keep walking. As they turn to leave, I feel the moment slip away. So I take a deep breath and I step forward and I said, "Do you mind if I walk with you?" And they say, "Of course," smiling as if the answer was obvious. And they walk me the whole way home, 15 minutes out of their way, just so that I feel safe again. And in that moment, I realized that we all feel a little safer when we walk together. Hi, my name is Aisling Cannon, and I am the co-founder and chairperson of the Walkie Talkie Girlie Society here at Queen's. The story I started this talk off with was an experience I had in my first year at university. As a girl who had lived in Donegal her whole life, moving to Belfast was obviously a big change for me, and that night was an uncomfortable one. But it wasn't a unique situation. It happens to women and girls every day, and how I felt that night at the bus stop really stayed with me. It made me question, why do we accept that these type of things will happen, and why do we do nothing about it? So in second year of university, a friend and I decided to start the Walkie Talkie Girlie Society. The idea was simple. We wanted to create a safe space where people, especially women, could come together to socialise, exercise, and get outdoors, all in the group setting of a weekly walk. So in January of 2024, we organised our very first walk. Now, it didn't exactly go to plan, as after weeks and weeks of planning, we ended up having to postpone our first walk because of a storm, and we weren't really sure if anyone would turn up. However, when 40 people turned up, we were both thrilled and terrified. We joked that we needed one of those leashes you put on toddlers to keep everyone together, because walking down the many road crossings of the Lisburn Road felt like an Olympic event. However, it was a huge success. Over the next few months, we continued to organise our walks, which drew anywhere between 5 and 50 people. Now, we organise these at different days and times each week to accommodate as many different people, and we always keep our routes and starting points private, shared only within our members group chat. We partnered with local businesses to offer discounted treats after the walk, and soon we had grown to over 180 members. Now, on one of those walks, 2 girls from New Zealand turned up by coincidence. They didn't know each other, but by the end of the walk, they were inseparable. And a few weeks later, I met them at our charity pub quiz, and they were laughing together like lifelong friends. But while we were growing, the world around us felt heavy. In that same summer of 2024, after we had been established, the media were reaching out, and the university had begun to take notice, the world around us felt a bit different. Because in that same summer, 6 women were murdered in Northern Ireland. There was fear, frustration, and grief. And all too often, the conversation became sensationalized or divided, as if this was a different issue entirely. Recognizing the urgency of the moment, we decided that it was time to use our platform to speak up about this important issue. What started off as small local walks now had the potential to be public activism, to be visible and bold. We wanted to take our message beyond campus and into the heart of Belfast in the form of a large-scale awareness walk. That is how Project Pink was born. We started by lobbying Belfast City Council to get City Hall lit up in pink for one night in support of the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls campaign. We gathered signatures for a petition, sent hundreds of emails, and liaised with the PSNI and other bodies. Now, it wasn't easy at first. Our motion was declined, but we weren't going to stop there. We reached out to our local representatives, we discussed our cause with the Lord Mayor, and we continued to advertise our petition. We shared our vision on social media, and soon the response was overwhelming. Charities, student groups, community organisations, they all wanted to join us. The BBC even got wind of the story, as well as several other local media outlets. And now the students who were organising the local walks were now giving interviews on national media. Slowly, the support began to build, and after weeks of determination, we finally got the approval for City Hall and Queen's University to be lit up in pink. By the time November came around, our small idea had become a movement. And on the 6th of November 2024, over 600 people came together for the awareness walk from Queen's University to City Hall. The streets were filled with students, families, community members, and local representatives walking side by side, all dressed in pink. And when we reached City Hall, the Lord Mayor stood with us and spoke in support of the campaign. It was one of the most powerful experiences of my life. We had taken something that was rooted in fear and turned it into hope. Proof that when people come together, we are never powerless. And this year, on the 5th of November, Project Pink 2.0 had even more of a reach, with more buildings across Northern Ireland and beyond lit up in support. Through this progression, we didn't just grow in numbers, we grew in purpose. Our walks taught us what it means to feel safe together. Our expansion to over 1,000 members since our establishment has taught us what it means to build a community together. And Project Pink has told us what it means to stand together for change. The truth is, I don't know how to end violence against women and girls. If there was a clear answer, we'd have found it by now. But what we do know is that women alone cannot end it. This is not a women's issue. It's a societal one. And society means all of us. Men, women, friends, families, neighbours, colleagues. Each one of us has a role in playing in creating a culture where safety and respect are the norm and not the exception. That night at the bus taught me something I will never forget. Real change rarely begins with grand gestures. It begins the moment we choose to show up for each other. It begins the moment we decide to act instead of accepting the way things are. It begins when you call out a misogynistic comment made towards a female colleague, or help someone into a taxi and ask them to text you when they get home, or step in at a bus stop instead of turning away. Because real change doesn't start with a new law, or a protest, or even a speech. It starts with something as simple as maybe someone reaching out to another and saying, "Come on, I'll walk with you." And that's why Walkie Talkie Girlies will continue to organise our weekly walks, because a community is stronger when no one feels they walk alone. And we will continue to organise Project Pink to remind us that each step is a choice to act. And when people choose to stand together, even in the smallest of ways, the impact can be extraordinary. Thank you.
Well done. Aisling Cannon, there is a theme that's developing, isn't there, today, which we, of course, are under the guise of hope and history, but so many speakers today have talked about working together, building a community together, standing along side by side and making change happen. And Aisling, thank you, because it takes a lot, one, to come up on stage and to talk about it, but also to rewind and go back to the beginning. So Aisling Cannon, everybody, thank you very much. Incredibly inspiring. Now, next up is alumna and founder of coffee shop chain Cafe O Limited, Orla Smith. Orla Smith is a dynamic entrepreneur from Belfast, known for founding the successful Cafe O coffee shop chain across Northern Ireland. And after a decade as an in-house corporate lawyer, Orla made a transformative career shift, inspired in part by her recovery from life-changing surgery. Now, as a Queen's University Belfast alumni, she's remained engaged with both academic and business communities in the city. And Orla credits her success to the supportive team and her commitment to bold ventures embodying both resilience and innovation in Belfast's hospitality industry. She's also recognised for her achievements outside of business, including selling world records as a competitor at the Transplant World Games and championing causes related to transplant awareness. Tonight, Orla's talk is a very personal one. It's her story about her own experience as a donor recipient. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Orla Smith to the stage for her TEDx talk, My Hope is We Can Make the Transplant Waiting List History.
I'm standing before you today because a lady not much older than I am now died and gave me my life back. I will never be able to put into words how grateful I am for that decision of her being an organ donor and her family consenting to that process. All I can hope for is that the universe somehow lets them know that I am trying to make a difference and I will spend my life repaying that debt. How can I explain to her family the impact they have had on my life and those of my family and friends' lives also? All I can hope for is that the universe lets them know that I am trying to make a difference. Me, standing here talking to you now, is how I want to repay that debt. Because I want to have a conversation with you all about talking about what you want to happen to your organs when you die. The reality is, people are dying because we don't talk about organ donation when we are alive. 12,000 people in the UK in the last decade died or were removed from the transplant waiting list. Of the 7,700 people who were removed from the list, they died a short time later. They simply got too sick, waiting too long. I'm going to take 100 of people in the room, which is what the TEDx apparently license allows, but that actually equates to the number of people who will die waiting on a transplant by March this year, less than 3 months away. And statistically, I'm going to take 100 of you in the room again, and 58 of you, just over half, will have registered to be an organ donor. And that's actually the highest percentage in the whole of the UK. The fact is, less than one of you will die in circumstances where you could be deemed a potential organ donor. The harsh statistic is you are much more likely to need an organ than ever be in a position to donate. And I bet my life, if every single one of you were told the only way you could live and lead a healthy life was to accept an organ, you wouldn't hesitate to take one. So why then have 48 of you, nearly half, not registered to be an organ donor? It should be said that about 3 of you in this room will have registered to opt out of organ donation. And while that's a decision I obviously personally struggle with, it is one I believe should always be fully respected. So the question is, why are so many people dying waiting? In my opinion, apathy. We simply do not believe that this subject will come across our door. And the reality is, for 99% of us, it won't. So that is the problem that I'm looking a solution to, because currently there are more people needing an organ than there are organs available. In March this year, the transplant waiting list was at its highest ever, 8,096 people waiting on a transplant, 276 of those being children. The trend is that more people are being added to the list than are being transplanted, and so the list is going to continue to grow. Yet we do not need a miracle drug, a new scientific intervention, or endless amounts of cash to fix the problem. All we need is people to register as an organ donor and have a conversation with their family and tell them what they want to happen on their death. Imagine if every chronic illness could be treated as simply as that. In the UK, we currently have an opt-in system of organ donation, and what that means is everybody is considered an organ donor unless they opt out. However, your family will always have the final say as to what is to happen. In fact, the statistics from 22-23 actually show that 140 families overrode their loved one's decision to be an organ donor. Now, the legalities and moralities around that topic are a completely different TED Talk. But imagine the difference it would make to your family. In the most horrific, painful circumstances, they are unsure what to do because you haven't had that conversation. And then imagine in those circumstances where you've had that conversation and they are completely comfortable and know what you wanted to happen. The stats are harsh. 90% of families support organ donation if they know their loved one's wishes. And if they don't, it drops to 50%. In my charitable work with Transplant Sport Northern Ireland, I have met the most amazing, humbling and selfless donor families. They tell me that donating their loved one's organs has provided them with immense comfort, and it has really helped and healed in the grieving process. And you see, the transplant recipients that I am privileged to know in Transplant Sport Northern Ireland, they don't just live. They really grab life and they run with it. Speaking personally, when you know you're alive because somebody has died prematurely and given you your life back, it changes your perspective on absolutely everything. You want to make big, brave, bold decisions, which actually aren't that big, brave, or bold when you've been through the transplant process. But you really want to have a life worth living and not worry about the small stuff. Imagine if there were more people like that living amongst us. And the harsh reality is 496 people didn't get that life-altering opportunity last year. Why? Because people do not have a conversation as to what they want to happen when they die. We don't want to tempt fate by discussing death. So how do we culturally change that? How do we change people's perception of talking about their own mortality? I had to face mine when I was 25, so I am very comfortable and think it's a very healthy process to discuss your death and to discuss what you want to happen. However, I'm very acutely aware that my experience is not that of the vast majority of people here. I mean, how do you bring that into your daily conversation? You're just in the door from work. Yeah, I had a great day at work. I'm just putting the dinner on. Oh, by the way, when I die, I want all my organs to be donated. And yet that is exactly what we need to happen. You see, the solution to increasing the number of potential organ donors is so simple. However, it would appear our ability to talk about our own mortality is completely radical. So how do we ensure that families have that conversation? Can you legislate for that? Do we say that it must become part of a baby's or teenager's vaccination process? Do we say that you're prevented from accessing healthcare unless you can prove you've had that conversation? The reality is that none of the above are even feasible, let alone desirable. And we don't need a dramatic change in the law either, where the state automatically owns your organs and transplants them on death automatically. I mean, I don't know any transplant recipient who would feel comfortable with that. Receiving a transplant, it's referred to as receiving the gift of life. And I am standing here in front of you all of living proof of that. So if I am to hope that the transplant waiting list is to become history, the only way I can see of that happening is by starting to have this conversation. That every one of you goes home and has that conversation with your loved ones and your family and your friends. And they then have that conversation with their loved ones, their family and their friends. And so the chain continues. I'm going to show you two pictures, if I can get this out of my pocket. So this is the first picture here, and this is the Northern Ireland Transplant Games team, 27 individuals who all travelled to Germany in August to compete in the World Transplant Games. The ability to go on a global stage and perform the sport at the highest level, and also the ability to thank their organ donors. And I'm going to show you a second picture. And these 5 individuals are the only people from the first picture who would still be here today if it wasn't for an organ donor. And these aren't just any 5 individuals. These guys are 5 living donors who've all donated a kidney. 3 of the young men, altruistically, walked in off the street and donated a kidney to a stranger. And yet, that's not the level of altruism I am asking you all to have. All I'm asking you to do is to go home and have a conversation as to what you want to happen on your death with your loved ones. So whilst I would have loved my idea worth spreading, was more radical, that it was easy or there was a scientific solution to there being less organs available than those that are needed. Ethically, morally, and legally, I cannot see any other way than to build momentum for this than asking you all to please go home and have that conversation. Thank you.
Orla Smith, thank you so much. If only we had time for Q&A, because I have so many questions that I'd want to ask you about your own personal journey, but go home and have that conversation. Really wise words there, because there is never a right time but now. Yeah, Orla Smith, everybody. Please put your hands together for that talk. Thank you. Gosh, so many takeaways. Now for our final talk this evening. Richard Good is the director of the Turnaround Project, one of Queen's University's community partners. Now, Richard has worked for over 20 years in politics, public affairs, and public service in Northern Ireland, in both partisan and non-partisan roles. He worked for 5 years as a senior staff member of Northern Ireland's Cross-Community Alliance Party, for 8 years as advisor to the Speaker of the Northern Ireland Assembly, and for 6 years as Special Advisor to Northern Ireland's Minister of Justice. Among his projects, he established the Pivotal organisation, which is a new public policy think tank for Northern Ireland. He was also appointed by the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to serve on a commission established by the Northern Ireland Executive to identify a fresh approach to dealing with the complexities of flags, identity, culture, and tradition in the context of a divided community. During that period, how did you have time to do all of this? During that period, he also founded the Turnaround Project, in which he is now employed as a director by an independent board of trustees. You're going to hear more about the Turnaround Project in Richard's talk. Please welcome Richard Good with Hope and Opportunity, a Society Challenge.
Let me start with a question. What if, as a society, we felt the same responsibility to help people who have been convicted of committing crime as we do towards helping people who are homeless, who are sick, or who are vulnerable? It's unthinkable, perhaps. After all, why should we help people who, through their own choices and actions, have committed a crime, been convicted, and been sentenced to spend time in our justice system? If they've got that far into the system, surely they've burned up all their last chances already. Why should we offer them any more? I'd like to suggest 2 reasons why. The first is that what we're doing at the minute, and what we've been doing for decades, doesn't work. Reoffending rates in many countries, and certainly in the UK and in Ireland, remain stubbornly high. Around 2/3 of the people in our prisons today in Northern Ireland will have served a sentence previously. And among those who go on to commit a further offence, some 70% will do so within just 6 months of release. More victims, more fear of crime, more costs to the public purse. And secondly, the idea that people end up in the justice system as a result of their own choices and actions isn't as clear-cut as we might think. Some people end up in that system because of a single lapse of judgment or an action with unintended consequences. But the overwhelming majority of people in that system were led into that system through pathways that were marked by societal failures, failures in our society's safety nets. Let's look at a snapshot of the people who are in our prisons in Northern Ireland today at the point at which they entered. Unemployed, over 2/3. Struggling with addictions, more than half. Homeless, over 1 in 10. Left school aged 15 or younger, more than 2/3. A history of self-harm or attempted suicide, over half, while around a quarter will have spent time in the care system during their childhood. Name any single social problem which our societies have failed to prevent or address, and you'll find them disproportionately overrepresented within our justice systems. So yes, of course, an individual should take responsibility for their own actions. But if we accept the evidence that societal failures often play a significant part in the run-up to those actions, then shouldn't we, as a society, take some responsibility for what happens next? Over the last month or two, I've begun to get to know a young man who I'll call Stephen, and whose story I tell with his permission. Born here in Belfast, Stephen never knew his dad. His mum's struggle with very severe drug addictions ended with her untimely death when Stephen was just 6 years old. The rest of his childhood was spent in a care system in which he experienced abuse. He left school in his mid-teens, but managed over time to find a job that he enjoyed. He met a girl, she became pregnant, and they moved in together. But their baby was born with very serious health conditions. Struggling to cope with the impact of all of these adversities on his mental health, Stephen turned to drugs, and in time developed his own drug addiction. And in order to feed that addiction, turned to crime, to selling drugs, and was drawn into organized crime. To cut a long story short, Stephen ended up in prison. And during the time that he was there, his baby died, and his partner took her own life. And all of that adversity before the age of 24. Given Stephen's life history, did he end up in prison as a result of his own choices and actions? Or was it as a result of the circumstances in which he grew up? Should we, as a society, have expected him to take sole responsibility for where he ended up? And should we expect Stephen alone to turn around his future? Or should we, as the society of which he is a member, just like the rest of us, accept some responsibility for both? All but a tiny percentage of the people that are sent into our justice system will either continue to live in the community while they serve their sentence, or return to our communities upon release. But the facts show that for far too many, significant social barriers remain long after they've served their time. Barriers that impact on their physical and mental health, on their ability to access services such as healthcare and housing, and on their prospects of finding employment. And yes, of course, those barriers increase the likelihood of reoffending. Denied reasons to hope and opportunities to turn around their futures, the rupture between them and society remains. But imagine for a moment if we all, me, you, everyone in the room, everyone outside it, could change all of that. If we could lower those barriers for people. If we could find ways of reducing reoffending and all the harm that it causes to victims, to their families, to the perpetrators, and to society as a whole. If we could find reasons to give people hope for a better future and opportunities to enable them to work towards achieving that. Around 7 years ago, that idea sparked the development of an organization of which I have been privileged to be a part. It's called the Turnaround Project, and it's called that because it not only seeks to enable individuals to turn around their own futures, but it also seeks to turn around wider society, encouraging people to look towards rather than away from the justice system and the people within it. Turnaround offers people a range of services and opportunities of employment, of personal development, and to advocate for change. But what makes Turnaround special is the extent to which it has engaged a whole community of people working together to make that happen. A community in which civil servants, lawyers, and former drug dealers, business people, former car thieves and accountants, people serving life sentences, and retired police officers are all working together to support people on their journeys away from the justice system. Where a man who previously served a sentence in prison now returns to that prison to help people prepare for life after release. Where an IT company sends its staff each week to our employability sessions, teaching people leaving prison to use technologies that weren't even dreamt of when they were first sent there. Where a retired doctor volunteers each week to prepare a community breakfast, and a local businessman is setting up a new enterprise, the profits of which will contribute to our strategic development. Where a church donates money collected from its members to support our work. And where staff and academics from this university are working with a fantastic team of people with lived experience to co-design a new mentoring model that will help them support people coming on the journey behind them. And where a lot of different organizations contract our grounds maintenance social enterprise, enabling us to offer employment to people and an opportunity to change the way they are perceived by others and by themselves. Turnaround isn't a charity in the conventional sense where an organization provides services to its beneficiaries or service users. It's more, as I say, like a community of people. A community which I think you'll agree couldn't be more diverse, but which is united around belief in the principle that everyone in our society should enjoy hope and opportunity, including those who have committed crimes, and that we all have a responsibility to work together to make that happen. A moment ago, we left Stephen's story with him in prison. He served 2 years there, and for the following 2 years lived on the streets of this city. He now has a roof over his head, and over the last few months, within Turnaround, has begun to find a new community of belonging, where he is valued, and where the remarkable resilience that he has shown to get this far in his life is recognized and celebrated. Where his past is just that, and where he's encouraged and supported to pursue a new future. His journey to this point has been long, complex, and marked by adversities that were more often than not well beyond his control. At the times in his life where he needed society to catch him in its safety net, he was allowed to fall through. When he needed people to stand alongside him, he found only gaps. It's reasonable to conclude that for Stephen, time in our justice system became almost inevitable. But now, on his journey away from that system, those gaps around Stephen are beginning to close, filled by a community of people that has chosen to walk alongside him, some of whose journeys resonate closely with his own, and others who have lived very different lives. But a community of people, a mini society, if you like, who have determined that yes, when one of us commits a crime, all of us have a responsibility for what happens next. Thank you.
Richard, thank you very much for ending not only your incredible talk, but also the day's events as well. We all have a responsibility to act, and I think there's almost a religious-like quality to what you said there, whatever faith you believe, but just understanding that we can help each other. Richard, good. Thank you so much. I feel a bit emotional, actually, after that, because I've just had a family member that sadly passed away at the age of 40 last week because of an addiction to alcoholism. And yeah, people need help. We need to support them, and it's not easy when life can be very complex and throw you things that are not your problems, if that makes sense. Anyway, wow, we've come to the end. Can you believe it? What an incredible evening it has been. And I'm very, very excited to tell you now that we have permission from Faber & Faber for a special reading from The Cure at Troy, extract from a play by Queen's very own Nobel Prize winner Seamus Heaney. Now, this extract, Hope and History, particularly poignant as the theme for Queen's University's 180th anniversary year, and the title, of course, of this special TEDx Queen's University Belfast event. Read by Dr. Gail McConnell this evening. Gail is a reader in English at Queen's and a fellow of the Mitchell Institute and the Seamus Heaney Centre. From the Arts Council of Northern Ireland, Gail received the Major Artist Award. Her debut poetry book, The Sun is Opened, penned in the margins 2021, about her father's murder by the IRA, won the John Pollard Foundation International Poetry Award and the Christopher Edward Biggs Memorial Prize. Gail is also convener and lecturer of the Masters of Poetry at the Seamus Heaney Centre, my lecturer, but an incredible friend to so many students over the years as well. We are delighted, Gail, that you're here this evening, and please give Gail a very warm welcome for this special reading tonight. Thank you.
I didn't know if I had to stand on the red spot. Human beings suffer. They torture one another. They get hard and get hurt. No poem or play or song can fully right a wrong inflicted and endured. The innocent in jails beat on their bars together. The hunger striker's father stands in the graveyard, dumb. The police widow in veils faints at the funeral home. History says, don't hope on this side of the grave. But then, once in a lifetime, the longed-for tidal wave of justice can rise up, and hope and history rhyme. So, hope for a great sea change on the far side of revenge. Believe that a further shore is reachable from here. Believe in miracles and cures and healing wells. Call miracle self-healing, the utter self-revealing double take of feeling. If there's fire on the mountain or lightning and storm, and a God speaks from the sky, that means someone is hearing the outcry and the birth cry of new life at its term. It means, once in a lifetime, that justice can rise up, and hope and history rhyme.
Gail, thank you very much indeed for that. Now, I think you all agree that every speaker and performer tonight has really captured the spirit of this TEDx event. Thought-provoking, idea-focused, and, a wide range of topics. But also, I think that sense of holding space for each other has been really quite something that has united all the speakers today. So a final mention to each and every one of them. Dr. Emma Humphreys is Sabrina Carpenter, Saving the English Language. Kieran David Robertson, Small Creatures, Big Impact, Rewriting History with Insects. Dr. Linda Oyama, A Future Without Researchers is a Future Without Solutions. Dr. Joe Kennedy III, The Peace We Choose to Build, Lessons from Northern Ireland to America. Dr. Kathy Ruddy, Reprogramming the Human Brain. Professor Richard Miles, Boiling the Frog, Why We Should Embrace Crisis. Lorraine Marks, Partnerships and Collaboration, Innovation for All. Professor Dominic Bryan, Everyday Nationalism in History, Is There a Future in the Past? Navida Vinay, Ghost in the Machine, The Archaeology of Hope. Aisling Cannon, You'll Never Walk Alone, The Walkie-Talkie Girlies. Orla Smith, My Hope is to Make the Transplant Waiting List History. And Richard Good, Hope and Opportunity, A Society Challenge. Please show them your appreciation for an incredible lineup of speakers. And I'd like to mention also a huge thank you to you, the audience, for being engaged, enthusiastic, and supportive. We couldn't have asked for better, and I know how much this means to many of you that are supporting family members that have come up on stage. It's not easy to come up here and talk for 8 minutes, usually unscripted. So yes, thank you very much for your support. So give yourselves a round of applause as well. And yeah, we really hope you've enjoyed the evening because, of course, the networking continues as being part of this TEDx Queen's University Belfast event. And to all the team that have put this together, it takes a bit of time. They're like, yes, we're exhausted. But it does take months to put this together. So again, thank you to the team that have done this. Well done. And don't forget, of course, the conversations continue. I've been mentioning the social media handles, but please do follow them. They're there on the screen again, at QUB Belfast, at QUB Engagement, on all the social media platforms. That's the same address there. And please do use the hashtag TEDxQUB. That's it for me, Babita Sharma. I've really enjoyed being part of this today, and I've learned so much from our speakers. But I'm just going to leave now this moment to the stage to two incredible ladies who we've already heard a little earlier, but Rachel and Jenny are going to come back on stage to sing us out. Please give them a warm welcome, and thank you very much.